Introducing Pubcoin. Pubcoin is the rewards program for pub sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into Pubcoins. Pubcoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here, Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. PubSportsRadio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Your membership to Gold, you will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the Gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Pat Wally moving forward, Lee. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here. Oh, look at Nuss Flush Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
There's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Ken. Kenny Ken wants a piece of the pie. Put his schnoz up front. Ricky Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donut Silks make a run? Can Res Mall make a run to be $50?
You son of a bitch!
Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Ken, Smoke and Mirrors, Director 97. Home. That is why here comes Jason Meyer, the Eldorado Custodian, Billy Friedrich. Joe's one all coming down to the finish.
Coin! Nowhere!
Oh no! Fanatical Jim!
From the corporate Peter Low Shack, legendary sports handicapper, more dapper than a Dom. Father young phenom, known as Jimmy, who declared one day that the bag was here to stay. Information like a PSA, when we all PSR, Pub Sports Radio is all. Is a man named Slaughter and he flipped the script. No competition in this but they quit the trip. But we say we be pubbing, baby with the bag and you love it. We want a top 10, we above it. Leche.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Another day of action awaits. Roller coaster ride popping off in a few short hours. Actually, 1 hour if you're into this matinee in MLB. We got a few games in the afternoon in Major League Baseball. Thank you for joining us right here on Pub Sports Radio. We have a stacked show. Man, speaking of stacked, there's stacks play today right there on the Valkyries, plus 7.5 minus 121. I joined them on the Valkyries. I am extremely interested in what happens in the WNBA tonight because this is a situation with some teams carrying and some teams not carrying that we've taken great advantage of. Enormous advantage in hockey, but I know the sport intrinsically. Well, not the sport. I know the league intrinsically much more than I do the WNBA. So I'm curious to see if my plan today is going to work in the WNBA, and I've invested pretty heavily in it. So I'm very, very interested in that. But that closes the show today. We're going to start out with the matinee with Bobano. We're going to hit this Orioles Pirates game. Then we're going to roll into NFL, CFL, and NCAA football. We have them for an hour, so we'll do the very best that we can to squeeze as much in as possible. That's 53 minutes from now. He will bid us adieu. But Morgan Spooner will be taking his place. He'll finish off the rest of the MLB card with Jose Bouquet and myself. And then we go into Daby Cab, another college football spot. Daby Cab wants to hammer South Carolina Vanderbilt. I can't wait to talk about it. I had Big Ragu had some really interesting thoughts on the game when he joined us Monday night for our Monday Nighter. And, of course, tonight we have our Thursday Nighter. So we're popping off here at Pub Sports Radio, but then we close with WNBA. And, again, let me repeat, extremely interested in the results that go down tonight in WNBA. I've taken 2 dogs in the Valkyries and the Wings, and I bet them on the spread, and I've also bet them on the money line. So I'm going for a score tonight, and I'm excited about that. We got Justin Mcelvy in the house. Anthony D. Anthony D says NFL tonight, the week 2 dog tonight, 8-0 run against the spreads. Packers off the first Lions game had the dog in their next game, 8-1-1 against spread last 10 years. Look at this, Anthony D. coming prepared. I love to see it. We got Valkyries and Julio Rodriguez for Justin Mcelvy. Let's get this all copied and pasted. As soon as I can get this copied and pasted, I'm going to go right into our MLB game so we can get growing, so we can be moving as quick as we can. Talk sports with JT Jacobs over 78.5 rushing yards. With a severe lack of sleep, I will be mixing up some numbers and things like that. So when I do, please call me out on it because it's a problem and it's not helpful. So if I make mistakes here, let me know. We have just my 2 cents in the house. UFC Noche. San Antonio, man. I got a chance to watch it. I felt so terrible. I didn't realize they moved it to 6 p.m. yesterday. On Tuesday. And that is the most popular show on our channel. Locker Room Talk Podcast, our hit show. And now it will be our showcase video throughout the week. Shout out to our guys, Just My 2 Cents. Billy Brisbane, who'll be joining us with WNBA alongside Justin Mcelvy. And MMA Locker Room has been running so hot. Joey, our guy, Joey DFS. And, of course, the producer, Mr. Big Show Picks. Wine Time Sports in the house. Swiggy ready to get to work. Mr. Spenny Penny Bombs. There's Chappie. Chappie Funk was rocking with us last night on the Sauce Network. Shout out to my guy Chappie in the house, ready to get to work. Great to see all of you guys. Billy Friedrich, boots on the ground in Titletown, USA. Will be beautiful weather tonight for the game. 70 degrees at kickoff, 59 degrees at the end of the game. Billy Friedrich, our guy. Oh, let's get it started. Let's get it started right, man. Let's get the day started right. Billy Friedrich in the house. Billy says take Washington plus the points. Clear, sharp action on the Commanders. And I've not moved on it. As with the amount of volume I've had in NFL start the year, it is astonishing. I've not moved on the game yet. But I will be listening intently and we'll break it down together. There is our guys ready to rock. 9 Legacy Flank Steak play today. Blue Jays, Nate Dogg 420 ready to go. We got TJ off a 5-0 day. I'd love to see it play today for our guy Gorky as the Astros moneyline. Redbeard on Pittsburgh first 5 under 4.5. We got Bobano ready to rock. So I will continue copying and pasting the action in the chat. Please keep dropping it in because it is crucial to the success of all of us to know what you guys are on. So let us know. Without further ado, let's get to work. Our first guest, the star of Thursdays here, also the star of the Hitting the Books YouTube channel that's destroying college football right now. Please support our friend Bobano and Ian Cameron over at the Hitting the Books YouTube channel. And not long from now, Ice Guys will be back in business. NBA OG Show will be back in business. But we have them right now. Please welcome from Canada's black and yellow, Steel Town, Hamilton, Ontario. Please welcome our friend, Mr. Ian Cameron, to the show. Oh, let me get that. Bobano, how are you, my man?
That's right, Jimmy. That's all in business, but you know what's not in business? Free time, relaxation time. That shit's done now, unfortunately. No, I'm not kidding. I love working and the long days and the hard work. But like I said, it's a situation where, yeah, summer's over, folks.
Yeah, I mean, if anybody has our phone numbers, you can just light that shit on fire.
Yeah, exactly.
We are not available.
I'll get back to you in 2 weeks. This is the time of year I start replying to people in like 2 weeks.
Yeah, we're not available for friendship outside of our gambling colleagues. That's the only friendship we're going to have over the next little while, the guys that we cap with each and every day. And thank God for them, Bobano, or we would lose our mind, and I would end up at the bottom of a bottle. Intrinsically. That's not quite how it's spelled, Nasty Nate, but I will drop it. I'll drop it here for you. I'll drop it for you here, my friend. Lucas Ryan tailed that first 5 over. That was a beautiful one yesterday, TJ. Absolutely beautiful. We got Nate Dogg's action. I'm going to keep copying and pasting action, but we need to take advantage of every single moment we have with Bobano. So I will keep copying and pasting your action in the chat, and thank you so much for sharing it. But we will get to work with this afternoon matinee, 1:05 p.m. Oh, but I had a bad day yesterday. I left here 2-0. And then things went poorly. I cashed that Boston Athletic under 11. It's one of my favorite breakdowns of the entire year, getting on that under. And then Pittsburgh, Baltimore, first 3 under 2. You guys we capped myself off for the first 3 under 2 in the Brewers Rangers. I didn't get on the over, but I got off of the under. Next time you'll know that I've developed more as a capper when I can actually switch. It's okay to flip. It's okay. I got to tell myself that. It doesn't make you look bad. It doesn't make you look wrong. It means you're gathering more information and making a smarter decision. And I got to say that out loud so I hear it and understand that it's not embarrassing. It's not wrong. There's nothing wrong with it. I don't know why I flip. If the information takes you there, flip. KC Cleveland under 8. I wish I stayed with my action on the Royals. I did not. Miami first 5 -0.5. They don't deliver. I thought Yuri Perez would bounce back. He did, but I didn't get that cash. Detroit, New York, first 5 over 4 was a miss. Houston, Toronto, first 5 over 4.5. This roof business at Rogers driving me absolutely insane. It was warm and beautiful. You'd think the roof will be open, and it's not. It's just Houston first 5 +0.5 cashed. Atlanta first 5 -0.5 lost, but I did cash the Chicago Atlanta first 3 under 2.5. And then I pushed Cincinnati first 3, lose Cincinnati first 5, lose St. Louis first 5 over 4. Oh, the loaded bases against Logan Gilbert, nonstop. Loaded bases with no out. So many offensive opportunities. But it is, and Seattle first 5 -0.5 lost as well. So 5 and 7. But these were some juicy spots. I made the mistake of taking 4.5s instead of 5s. I lost 3.26 units. So bounce back right here with Ian Cameron. Let's go. Bobano, Camden Yards in Baltimore, Maryland. Let's get into the weather first and foremost. We have 76 Fahrenheit, feels like 78, 2.5 miles per hour in. It becomes 3.8 miles per hour, and then it's just right to left. Nothing to it after a little while, just right to left. We have Oriole Park plus 3% overall, but minus 11% home runs, plus 2% doubles and triples, and plus 9% singles. We have Johan Oviedo, who's looked very good. The market has been very indicative of what he is going to deliver, and they've been very high on him since he has returned from a 15-month hiatus from Tommy John surgery. His last start, 5 innings, 1 hit, 1 run, wasn't earned, 4 Ks, 3 walks, and a 5-2 loss at home versus the Brewers. He pitched very well. On the road, he's only had 2 starts, and he's only got 9 innings, but he's looked great there too. 194 opponents average, 11 Ks in 9 innings, 3 earned runs, 4 walks. Lefties have not been able to touch him, and righties are hitting him hard. Kate Povich has a reverse splits, but I don't put too much emphasis into that. So lefties have not been able to touch Johan Oviedo. So how many lefties are going to be in the Orioles lineup? A ton of them. Now, I know the sample size is small, but this is a crucial angle. Jackson Holiday, Gunnar Henderson, Beavers, Cowser, Basalo. 5 lefties confirmed in this lineup. That's not good. It's not good for Baltimore. Cade Povich, 3-7, 5.16 ERA, 1.46 WHIP. Last start at the Padres, he didn't look very good. I expected him to pitch better than he did. 5 innings, 4 earned runs. It was a 7-5 win, but he didn't pitch very well. 7 hits, 3 Ks, 3 walks. At home, he's had 11. He's pitched in 11 games. He had an opener one time. He started 10, and he's not being very good. The opponent's hitting 286 against him. He's allowed 34 runs in 51 in the third, 59 hits. Not being very good. Pirates are not hitting lefties. 200, 644 OPS. Orioles are not hitting righties. 235, 688 OPS. And both bullpens are pitching well, especially the Orioles bullpen. It's top 5 in baseball over the last 30 days. Line history-wise, let's do this as quick as possible to get this over to Ian Cameron for our matinee. We have the Baltimore Orioles. It's been a huge move to Pittsburgh, which makes so much sense to me. Good God, what a monstrous move. Enormous move. Good God. Of course. Plus 131 it opened up. Got up to plus 139. Now it's barely plus. Now it's plus 103. Wow. Huge move to Pittsburgh, which makes sense. From a total standpoint, we have an 8.5. It's minus 111 to the under. It opened up plus 102 to the under. We had 13 cents of movement towards that under. And then when we get to the cash flow here to put a bow on the setup and hear Bobano's analysis, we have 1 second. And here we go. One interleague game today, and it is 75% of the tickets and 80% of the cash on Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh being back, but the market showing concern. 82% of tickets, 87% cash on the under. Ian Cameron, my friend, take it away.
Pirates first 5 is what I like here. Baltimore's bullpen's excellent right now. So, I don't know if I want to go up against that. And not to mention the crux of the bet on situation for now. Pittsburgh's, I rarely do this. I rarely take a team that's lost 5 in a row, and fade a team that's won 8 of the last 10. Like, clearly Baltimore's the team in better form right now. But Johan Oviedo has really shown me a lot since he's been back. I don't love the walks. That's the one thing I'm a little worried about. He has had 3 walks in his last 2 starts, but he's been able to pitch around it, and he's kept teams off the scoreboard. He's given up just 2 runs or less 4 of his last 5 starts. It's been pretty impressive what we've seen out of him. He's pitched well during this span, no question. And I trust him more than I trust You're Not the Father, Cade Povich, the lefty for the Baltimore Orioles. He's not had a great run throughout the season, 5.13 ERA in his last 5 starts. Got roughed up by San Diego last time. Houston really rocked him as well a couple starts ago here at Camden Yards. So I like Oviedo and the way he's throwing, the form he's in. Not to mention Baltimore's not been winning with Povich. They're 1-4 in his last 5 starts. But, with Baltimore's bullpen being so strong, I felt first 5, I opted to go that route. I just don't want this to be a spot where it's 2-1 or 3-2 Pittsburgh after the first 5 innings, and then maybe the Baltimore bullpen shuts them down and Baltimore's really good offense comes back. And we've seen Baltimore's bullpen have the better of it here in this series in the first 2 games. So that's why I'm going to go first 5, plus 106 with the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Makes perfect sense to me. Makes perfect sense to me to back Baltimore first 5 with the 5 lefties in the lineup.
5, right?
Yeah, Pittsburgh first 5. I'm going to be making some of those mistakes, a little bit of lack of sleep. Pittsburgh first 5, plus 106 makes perfect sense with the left-handed bats in the Baltimore Orioles lineup. I also
Other than some concern of walks, I think Oviedo's pitched very well. I remember that he shut down the Jays. It was crazy. We all thought, hey, Jays are going to beat Pittsburgh in Pittsburgh last month, and that was the start of this run that Oviedo's put together.
A couple things here. I'm going to join you on the first 5. I'm also going to take this first 3 under. This first 3 under 2.5. I don't love Cade Povich. He has looked better at times over the last little while, but the Pittsburgh Pirates
erratic from my liking, yeah,
and their inability at left-handed pitching. So I'm going to double up here on this start. Kyle Kerm's in the house. It was an honor to be on the Sauce Network last night. Thank you so much for having me. What a what a channel you have put together. Much respect from all of us here at Pub Sports Radio, and very thankful to Spooner for helping with the connect. Also, and I have this at the top of the page, and I don't know how I missed it. I just too much anxiety. It is our guy Kong's Clip's birthday today, and
wow, happy birthday!
My birthday pick for
great
Audrey
viewer
yesterday.
of our channel too, hitting the books with Connor Mack. He's there every show. Great man, great
money in the bank.
Yeah.
Lost the birthday pick for Audrey in the bottom of the fifth on a 5-inning bet. It hurt, man. My guy Kong's Clips. Kong, my man, happy birthday. You are such a bright light in our industry. We just love capping with you and watching you cook, man. Thank you for all that you do for us. And happy birthday, my friend. We need a birthday banger for Kong. Okay, so I'm going to get these bets in ASAP, but let's roll into the Thursday nighter NFL. Bobano, you had a 131% ROI going into the Thursday.
And then the lightning delay of doom happened last Thursday night.
The lightning delay of doom. It didn't just affect you. It affected Troy Torrance as well. Okay, Jose on the ones too. He's going to get our graphics up there. He's double duty, producing two shows at the same time. Shout out to our friend. And
what a way to have your undefeated streak snapped. Like that's just.
It was brutal.
That's cruel.
It was brutal.
Oh, well.
But look, 6-1 plus 6.78 units. The ROI dipped under 100%. I mean, it sucks though. I'm not gonna pretend it doesn't suck. You were well on your way to be sitting here. 7-0, and look at you'd be up 8.78 units on 7 bets. I mean,
yep.
But that's the way these things work, and it sucks. Lambeau Field, Green Bay, Wisconsin, 62 Fahrenheit, sunny, 3 miles per hour. My breakdown with Troy is on our YouTube homepage. You don't need to hear it again, and I am not comfortable with the sharp action, anyways. I don't put too much credit. I don't give too much credit to what Washington did to the Giants. It's unclear if the Giants came in with a 5.5 win total. A lot of us were on them +6, but it's unclear if they're a 2-win team or a 7-win team. And it's quite likely that it could be a 2-win team. The focus solely on we'll get into the Giants another time. But the last time the Commanders saw the Eagles put 55 points on them. And I really want to know what the hell has changed defensively for Washington, and to sit back and expect Bill Krosky-Merritt, their 7th round pick, to deliver on the ground. I think there's a lot of reaching going on. In saying that, I'm not going up against this sharp action. I'll respect it at this point. The Packers were dominant week 1 at home. So I was astonished, honestly, with this line moving towards the Commanders. And all I could do was sit back and say, well, if I respect the market, then what the hell do I do? And that's where I'm at right now. So here we go. Washington right now is sitting at, it's a 3. We know it's a 3 everywhere. Now, the look ahead was 2.5. I don't care what the look ahead was. We know that this was 3.5 after the games and then 4. And that's what I thought it should do. And if this was sitting at a 4 right now, I'd be on the double result. But it's not. It's come back to a 3, and it's left me pretty confused. This total is a 49. It's gone up too. I had some thoughts about the under, and it's gone from 48.5 up to 49. When we get to the cash flow here, Ian, we have 53% of the tickets, 54% of the cash on the Packers, 62% of the tickets, and 70% of cash on the under. Take it away. I'm very interested.
Yeah, I wanted to. This is a great game, by the way. Just as far as intrigue, I think they're two pretty good teams. I'm not as down on Washington as a lot of people are. People think Washington's going to fall off the face of the earth. You're not going to fall off the face of the earth with Jaden Daniels as your quarterback. In my opinion, as long as he stays healthy, they're still going to be a competitive team. Not nearly as good as last year. I definitely think there's going to be some kind of step back for Washington, but I don't think nearly as much as some. I'm not willing to downgrade them yet Now, I don't love the way they played against the Giants. It's going to look great, 21-6, but there was a time that they were spinning their wheels offensively, not moving the ball in the second half. Dan Quinn screwed up the clock at the end of the first half. That was not good, and it felt like there were opportunities for the Giants to get right back in that game. And the Giants' offense, their offensive line missed Andrew Thomas. Let's be honest, without Andrew Thomas, that's a horrific Giants offensive line. And then Russell Wilson just doesn't have the mobility like he did early in his career to handle that. So, like I said, it was a manageable matchup for Washington. I don't think they played great. Green Bay did play great, especially defensively. But even with Green Bay, to me, when I watched the two teams, Green Bay was more impressive last week than Washington. But yeah, I also think in the back of my mind, a lot of that was just bad Detroit. Detroit losing both esteemed coordinators. Detroit seeing Frank Ragnow retire in the offseason. Their starting center, brand new starting center, rookie left guard, interior of the offensive line weak, even though we love Sewell and Decker, the tackles. The interior of that line was vulnerable, and Green Bay just assaulted it. That's like manslaughter, what they did on that Detroit offensive line in that game last weekend. So there's issues with the Lions. First game post Ben Johnson, post Aaron Glenn, shuffling along the offensive line. And obviously a quarterback in Jared Goff that when, the offensive line, there's no run game, suddenly makes things a lot more difficult for Jared Goff. Now that Green Bay defense could stuff the run here. We don't expect, Krosky Merritt maybe to have 80 yards rushing like he did against the New York Giants here against this Packers defensive front. But what's the difference in this game compared to Detroit as far as how Washington can handle it? Oh, yeah, the legs of Jaden Daniels. That's what. The athleticism of Jaden Daniels. That's what. Jared Goff is not going to, or Jaden Daniels is not going to be the sitting duck behind a wounded offensive line that Jared Goff was last week. Jaden Daniels will be able to escape the pocket, keep plays alive. With his mobility. And I think that is what's going to give Washington a puncher's chance, not only to hang in this game, give them a chance to win, but also give them a chance to put up points. In the end, this is just a very tough read in week 2. Two teams I like, two teams that I was very impressed with, probably a little more impressed with Green Bay at this stage of the season. But I went back and looked. Washington as a road underdog last year was very, very good. This was a very good point spread roll for Washington. I mean, they were in games against Baltimore and Cincinnati. They won outright as a road dog. I know Cincinnati had a bad defense last year, but Washington was pretty solid in this road underdog role last year. So I think what you can do, and I just have a small bet for entertainment. Like I'm not making anything official on this show for this game, especially when we're off to a good start. We don't need to force anything, especially when we don't have a strong opinion. But I did play a little Washington plus 10.5. Over 41.5 same game parlay. In fact, I did that same thing with the under 56.5 with Washington plus 10.5. I feel like we could probably get both ends of the total. I think it's a game that's going to probably come close to the total as far as that's concerned. So a couple of small same game parlay bets, Washington plus 10.5 paired with over 41.5. Around even money, and Washington plus 10.5 paired with under 56.5 at even money. Small bets just for some entertainment, but nothing official here for me, Jimmy.
I understand this situation, and I can tell you this: I'm not going to put together a SGP for the game, but I am going to come up with a plan, and the plan will be wrapped around if the Commanders go up to live bet the Packers. So that'll be the simple plan, and the total makes me a little uncomfortable. I think I would do the same thing where if there's an early score, I would look to get underneath it. I don't think if it's a very low scoring game, I would necessarily, at least not until maybe halftime, try to get above it. Yeah. So that will be my plan. I am having trouble getting on to Penny right now for some reason. I don't know if anybody else is, but I just gave up. So I'm going to take a worse line on that first 5. I just don't want to be worrying about it. So I took I got the minus 105 on the Pirates first 5. It's a bad line. But I'm just rushing. I also took the first 3 under 2.5. So that
another thing with that, putting Washington plus 10.5 paired with the over at the low end 41.5 and the under at the high end 56.5 is that Washington only lost one road game in the regular season all year by more than 8 points. They were always very, very competitive on the road. They were not a team that got blown out on the road very often. The only blowout they suffered on the road was week 1 against Tampa Bay. And, that was the first ever NFL start for Jaden Daniels. So, obviously that's not an easy spot. Other than that first game against Tampa, they didn't lose a road game last year in the regular season by more than 8 points, Washington.
Bobano, it is time to move north and stay on the gridiron here. We are not doing full caps. We are just going to hear Bobano's CFL action. So we start Friday, September 12th with the Winnipeg Blue Bombers 6-6, 2-4 on the road at the Hamilton Tiger Cats 7-5, 2-3 at home, Hamilton Stadium in Hamilton, Ontario. This process has been working for me very, very well. I've been getting in late with my action. I hear Bobano's looks on Thursday. I break down the card on Friday with Gorky and have my action in. There's a lot of moving parts and a lot of injuries going on right now, and I'm off another 4 and 2 week. That's the highest ROI I've ever had after 82 bets in any sport in my life. I don't remember ever getting off to I don't get off to good starts generally in NHL. So that always is sort of a mid-season thing that, so I want to keep this rolling. We have Bombers, Ticats, Hamilton Stadium to get us started. Bobano, you will be there Friday night.
I will be.
Oh, man, Friday night. I got to get down there for a game with you guys. That sounds like heaven. So we have of course, Claro's out, Streveler in. And I've backed Streveler a lot in these situations. But for whatever reason, Bobano almost always seems to be at home. Yeah. And here he is on the road. I cashed with the Ticats easily last week on the -3. Here we have the Ticats -7.5 at -100. And it's a big price. The 7 is better, but I mean, this has moved quite a bit with the injury announcement. This total is a 52. That is where it opened. It has not moved. Ian Cameron, take it away. Bombers, Ticats.
Yeah, Hamilton hasn't covered as a road favorite this year. So that really gives me pause here because I don't know if I'm all that enthusiastic about taking the Bombers here, in this particular situation with Chris Streveler and a defense that's still got some problems. And we've seen it the last, couple of weeks in the 2 losses against Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan had success moving the football, each of the last 2 weeks. But yeah, I'm looking at it right now with Hamilton. They were home favorites they were a home dog against Montreal. They won that game outright, but they were a underdog in that game. As home favorites, they were 5.5-point favorites at home against Ottawa. They only won by 3. They were 3-point favorites at home against BC, and they lost in overtime, 41-38. And they were 4.5-point favorites at home on Labor Day against Toronto, and they lost that game 35-33 on the last play, walk-off field goal. So they're 0-3 against the spread, laying points at home. So, and now they're laying 6.5, 7. This could be one of these, and I think you've had this before. And I think I tried going this route on Labor Day, and obviously it didn't pay off. But, if you like the Ticats, it'd be much safer, in my opinion, to do double result as long as the price is not totally gotten away. And I think it should still be you're not going to be getting even money now with Hamilton in this 6.5, 7-point favorite range. But you should still probably be able to get, I'm guessing, 130, 140. With that Ticats double result in this game. That's something to consider. It's just a little too pricey for me to make official on the show. I mean, I got in a little bit early in the week, just a small bet because I figured the line was going to move if Claros was ruled out. I got in on Hamilton at -5.5, I should say. Actually, you know what? I'm looking at it now. Bet365 has the double result at -115 for the Hamilton Ticats. That's not bad. I'd lean in that direction, but I'm not going to make anything official here. I don't love it. They blew the game against Toronto. They blew the game against BC. Winnipeg is still a team they're not as good as they've been the last few years, but you got to somewhat respect them. So I'm just a little bit uneasy about this game. Going to cheer for the Ticats as a fan. Hope they get the job done, but I'm not going to pass on this game.
I looked at some options, and the only thing I ended up with was, using it as a parlay piece, which is not something I'm prone to do these days too much, but parlays together. So I can understand it. Do you have a lean with the total?
The total's tough too. I mean, I have a hard time betting Hamilton under. because their offense can be capable. And Winnipeg's secondary's not been great. But Winnipeg's game plan in this game is going to be run the football, fewer possessions, take time off the clock. And I don't want to bet Winnipeg with Strevler as their quarterback over a number of 52. So I'm totally conflicted here with the total, totally at odds.
We are going to move on to our next spot on the board. I have the birthday pick for Kong. I want him to have a birthday present right now. First 3 under 2.5 in this game, popping off in less than 30 minutes. First 3 under 2.5. Povich, you shut down these sticks. They can't hit lefties, Povich.
Yeah, he's the one I'm concerned about with the first 3 under, but that's still, I think, worth a look.
I like the angle, and I like the first 3 unders at a pick'em price, even though there's so much juice on these stupid bets. But I like them when there's very pedestrian numbers from the pitchers. They seem to hit at a higher level for me. Let's move into the next spot on the board. It is Rabenga time for the BC Lions. Embarrassment in Ottawa, and now we have a 9.5. Seems a little egregious. BC opening up -9.5, -112. It's now -9.5 plus 103. It's a huge number. It is a huge number. This total is 56.5 -109 to the under. This BC Lions team is less than the sum of their parts. And who in football, when that is happening, who do you look at? Their coaching. Their coaching is a problem. Take it away, Bobano. Red Blacks Lions.
You know what my official play is in this game? It's what we've been cashing with repeatedly. I think we've had this bet multiple times on this show.
Cashed it last week.
BC Lions, and it's their team total over, baby. That's what you do. You just trust Nathan Rourke. You trust the offense because it's a damn good offense. It's an offense that's obviously the whole team's going to be in a bad mood. But I think the Lions know, and Nathan Rourke, hey, this defense has now shown multiple times they're so bad. The Toronto game, the blown lead against Ottawa last week in Ottawa, that we just have to keep scoring points, to win games. And that's, I think, their pedal to the metal. You got to obviously lean on this offense because of just how wretched the defense has been. They have just been pretty much automatic. BC getting into the 30s now. We're not getting the high 20s or the very low 30s anymore with the team total like we did. But we're still talking about a BC Lions team that in their last 5 games, they've scored 33, 41, 36, 34, 33. If I can't lay 8.5 with this defense or 9.5, there's no chance I'm doing that. Not a chance. But I will bet on their offense because I think they can get it done here at home. And I think they'll be putting up points in bunches. I think the last time they were at home, too, against Montreal, that was the game they put up 36 points. So, yeah, I'm going back to the well. BC, team total, over 32.5, -115.
You are in business. We're going to roll on to Saturday. We want to get through this as quick as possible so that we can hear some college football opportunities for Ian Cameron. Elks, Argonauts, BMO Field in Toronto, Ontario. I went back to the well with the Elks last week. I went back to the well and was rewarded. You pushed the total at 50. You did cash that Lions team total over last week. We have the line history right here. Let's roll into this Friday CFL action. Oh, excuse me, Saturday. CFL action here. Sorry, wrong day. Saturday the 13th here. We have this total at 56.5. Common practice for an Argos game. There's been a 2-cent move to the under. Very little movement at this 56.5. We see these 56.5s, the first halves tend to go under, and the full game soars over thus far with these numbers. We have the Argos right now at a there's 3.5s, there's even 3s. I'm looking at a 4, but it's not that legitimate. It opened up -4 -107. Now it's -4 at +107. So 3 or 3.5. Bobano, take it away.
The Argos have been favored once this year. I think just once this year, period. But once this year at home at BMO Field, and it was against lousy Ottawa Red Blacks team, and they lost that game outright, 46-42. So, I love Nick Arbuckle's play lately. He's been very good. But this is not a team I'm excited about laying with as a favorite. I mean, the defense has still got issues for the Argos. And like I said, they've been favored. Actually, no, I beg your pardon. They've been favored twice this year, both at home. Calgary, week 2, they lost outright as a home favorite. Ottawa week 9, they lost outright as a home favorite. So they're 0-2 against the spread, and 2 outright losses as a home favorite this year, the Toronto Argonauts. So this is Edmonton or pass for me. Edmonton is coming off the big win against Calgary, though, in the rematch last Saturday. So I don't know if it's the best spot in the world for the Elks, but this is where we like Fajardo, right? Catching points. I certainly have lean that way. I don't know if I'm going to move on it. Total, high total. I mean, again, with Toronto, I'm not betting Toronto games under at the moment. They've been an over machine. Went over against Hamilton, went over against BC. The last time they played in Toronto, these two teams, it was a 39-36 game at 75 points. So Edmonton in the over, but I don't know if I'm going to make them official.
Then we roll into our final spot on the board, Mosaic Stadium in Regina, Saskatchewan. Slatsy is moving on the Argos team total over 30.5. That is minus 107 at Penny. Are you having any trouble getting on right now to Penny, Slatsy? I couldn't get on, and I was getting all panicking. I just sent
one thing about Edmonton is they had a bunch of injuries on defense, and I'm shocked. Utterly shocked how well they played on defense with all those injuries last week against Cal, because they had Cerezna out, they had a bunch of guys out on the D line, but everyone stepped up. If they don't get everybody back this week, that was a revenge spot. You hate Calgary; it's a big rivalry. I'd be a little concerned about trusting that defense to play as well this week in Toronto if all those guys are going to miss the game yet again. Keep an eye on that.
Let's roll on. Jacqueline, welcome to the show. It is wonderful to see you. Alouettes Rough Riders here at Mosaic Stadium in Regina, Saskatchewan. We have been told that McLeod Bethel Thompson is coming off the 6-game IR and will start. I did not time the futures correctly. Could have got plus 700 right now. Got the 550. I'll have to deal with that. I'm not going to move further on it. We have the Alouettes right now at plus 7.5 at minus 107. This opened up at 8.5, a 1-point move. And from a total perspective, this is a 50. It's minus 113 to the under. It opened up minus 106 to the under. Take it away, Ian.
I'm going to take Montreal here, Jimmy. I know Saskatchewan's playing great, and I'm not a Bethel Thompson guy by any stretch of the imagination, but I'm telling you what, a friggin' broomstick would be a better option at quarterback than James Morgan after what I saw last week. God, that was horrific. The Hamilton defense stinks, and he can't do anything against it last week in that game. Good for me as a Ticat fan, but like I said, it was just a terrible performance. At least McLeod Bethel Thompson, yeah, he can still make mistakes. Sometimes he can't move in the pocket all that well, but at least he can probably throw the football somewhat accurately if you give him time. And I think that's going to be something to watch for in this game. This is not a spot, too, for me to be laying more than a touchdown with Saskatchewan. You just beat Winnipeg back-to-back weeks in Winnipeg. At home against Winnipeg, and then also in Saskatchewan in Winnipeg last week, and Saskatchewan before that. But back-to-back, they beat Winnipeg. Huge games, and you sweep in the rivalry back-to-back set against the Bombers. This is kind of a spot where I don't trust them to be on their game. Flat spot, little lethargic. They also beat the hell out of Montreal in Montreal earlier this season. I think Montreal might remember that. Saskatchewan might take it for granted. Oh, we crushed this team with McLeod Bethel Thompson at quarterback, back in Montreal earlier this year. And maybe Saskatchewan's just a little, off their game here, because that might be what it takes, because they are playing awesome right now, the Rough Riders. But I don't think this is the ultimate spot to be backing them. Montreal desperation. They at least get a functional quarterback. Let's not forget they got Dequoy, they got Mack, they got Philpott, all those guys back. A lot of their injured players back last week against Hamilton, even though they didn't play well. They still got a lot of those guys back, and now all of those players have a game under their belt. So they should be a little sharper, a little more in sync and rhythm for this second game back from injury. So plus 8.5 is out there with the Montreal Alouettes at DraftKings, plus 8.5, minus 110. Montreal for me in this spot.
You are in business, Ian. 2 official bets. Lions team total over 32.5. Alouettes plus 8.5, but excellent analysis. We also have Ron Crawford saying under in Alouettes, Saskatchewan. Spreadsheet play today from Ron is in as well. It is Philadelphia. Bobano, my friend, we roll on to college football. Excuse me. And we must work quickly. You got off to a terrible start, but I've watched you climb out of these holes often. You went 10-9 last week.
Yep.
and you're just going to climb.
I had a profitable week last week personally, and it was a dreadful first week. So that's a step in the right direction.
Absolutely.
Now keep the momentum going.
I've tracked your action for many, many years, and I've seen you climb out of much bigger holes than this. NC State Wolfpack, 7:30 p.m. this evening at Wake Forest Demon Deacons. Beautiful weather tonight in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. We're at Legacy Federal Credit Union Stadium. The Wolfpack look good. We've seen a lot of teams like Wake Forest come in off playing cupcakes, and they barely got past Kennesaw State. But NC State takes on East Carolina, rivalry game. Sure that, they don't cover, but they, won. Then they go and beat Virginia, and now they hit the road for the first time this season. Let's take a look at the line history and hear from our Ian Cameron, of course, the star of the Hitting the Books YouTube channel, alongside our friend Connor Mack. We have NC State right now -7 at -110. -7 and -110. This opened up at 7. It got up to 7.5 for a cup of coffee. That was 2 days ago. And now we're back at the 7. It is juiced to them. And when we get to the total here for this, we have a 52. I see 52.5s and 53s. This opened up at 54.5 and got all the way down to 51.5. Now it's 52 juiced to the over. So we see some U-shaped movement. And when we get to the board, we see that it's a 50-50 spot on both ticket, cash, on side and total. 52% of tickets, 53% of cash on Wake Forest. 54% of tickets on the under, 55% cash on the over. Ian Cameron, take it away.
Yeah, we can move on from this one quickly. It's a very tough game. I'm not laying 7 going on the road on a short week with a defense I don't trust. NC State, haven't been great on defense. They got ripped by Virginia. Now their offense looks very good with CJ Bailey. It's why they won that game. But they are also ripped on the ground. Jamari Taylor, the running back for Virginia, had a great game. Wake is now, I don't know how good Wake is. That's the problem. They struggled at home with Kennesaw State. It was an ugly game. It does not give you a lot of confidence seeing the way Wake played in that game. And then they played an FCS team after that. Wake is becoming a team that, for me, if they run the football, they can have success on offense. If they can't run the football successfully, they have no shot. Because Robbie Ashford, and this goes back to his days at Auburn, now he's the quarterback here at Wake Forest. He just can't throw the football consistently. He's not an accurate passer. And so, but NC State's run defense was kind of gashed by Virginia, which means that if Wake can run the football, maybe they can hang around in this game. But I just don't know if Wake's any good, because that Kennesaw State game was bad. The FCS opponent last week, Western Carolina, beating them, 42-10, doesn't really do much for me. I don't know how good Wake is. They may really be bad. And so that's going to take me. I lean Wake. I like the spot. They're at home again. NC State's going on the road on a short week. The leaky defense, but Wake might just be really bad. And I'm not convinced. And if they are really bad, this could be a double-digit win for NC State, because I do think still NC State's the better team. So I ended up staying off the game.
We roll on to best bets times. Now, this was in addition to Ian's best bets. So let's roll into it. But the other ones he has stronger feelings on, but this wasn't a replacement game. 12:45 p.m. Eastern on Saturday, September 13th. We have South Alabama Jaguars 1-1 at the number 24 ranked Auburn Tigers, who've gotten their season off to a strong start, 2-0. We're at Jordan-Hare Stadium in Auburn, Alabama. Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous weather. It's tailgate away. It's going to be gorgeous. The total is 55.5. It is juiced to the under. This has come up from 53.5. So we have a 2-point move towards the over. And on the point spread here, we have this right now sitting, and it's a big number. It's -24.5 at a pick'em. There are books that have gone higher than this, and we saw it open higher. This opened up at 26, and it lasted there for 14 hours before it dropped to 24.5. And then interestingly enough, it got right back to 26 about 36 hours ago. We are now at a 24.5. This last big move took place yesterday afternoon. So we have a 1.5 move towards the Jaguars. When we get to the cash flow, we have 61% of the tickets and 77% of the cash on Auburn, and 92% of tickets on the over, 89% of cash on the over. Bobano, take it away. Jaguars, Tigers, and Auburn, Alabama.
Yeah, I'm with the money in this game. I like the over here, South Alabama, Auburn. Jackson Arnold, we'll give him some credit. Now, Baylor doesn't have much of a defense, but he still impressed me in that game the very first week of the season. And he looks like he's getting comfortable in this Hugh Freeze offense. And then on the flip side, you look at South Alabama. We just saw them give up 33 to Tulane. They played a very, very weak Morgan State team in their first game, and they still gave up 21 points in that game. And Morgan State rolled up, over 300 yards of offense. So this South Alabama defense to me looks way down. Auburn should be able to score a boatload of points here in this game. That being said, South Alabama's offense, when you look at what they've got with Bishop Davenport, he's a guy that can move in the pocket, dual threat, which is, I think, very important when you're playing an SEC team on the road like Auburn. You're going to be able to have a quarterback that can move. As a passer, he's still developing, but they've got a couple good receivers. And with this Auburn defense, I still think it's a bit of a weaker link with this football team. And, they struggled a bit with Baylor, and Ball State, winning 42-3 really doesn't prove much. Ball State's got a pretty lousy defense, or lousy offense, lousy team, quite honestly. Ball State's going to have a tough year. So I think Auburn gets into the 40s for sure. And I think if you can get 14 or so out of South Alabama, 14 to 17 points, which I think is possible in this game, you have a good chance here to get up and over this total. So yes, for me, it'll be over 54.5 minus 110, South Alabama, Auburn.
You are in business, Ian. We roll on 3:30 p.m. Eastern. The Oregon State Beavers 0-2 to start the year at the number 21 ranked Texas Tech Red Raiders. We're in Lubbock, Texas. Of course, the Texas Tech Red Raiders, the school that our very own Daby Cab starred at on the baseball diamond. We have right now, obviously, we have an idea that Texas Tech is going to be able to put up points anytime they want. But, I mean, honestly, taking out Arkansas Pine Bluff by 60 points and then following that up by annihilating Kent State by 48 points is not – we need a test. And Oregon State isn't that test. We're still going to have to wait a little bit longer. It seems like Oregon State losing to Cal 34-15 and then losing at home, both of these games at home, to Fresno State 36-27. Line history wise, we have the Texas Tech Red Raiders minus 23.5. It has been moving around. This opened up at 24, and the immediate move was pretty heavy towards the Beavers. This got down to 21.5 and then came right back up to 24. Now it's at 23.5. So we have a half-point move towards the Beavers. We get to the total in this one here. Let's move over here. When we get to this total, we have it right now at 61.5. It's minus 112 to the under. This opened up at 61, dropped down to 60.5, got up to 62. And then cash flow wise here, we have 71% of the tickets on Texas Tech, but just 57% of the cash. This is interesting. This is such an interesting game. 77% of tickets on the over, 89% cash on the over. Ian Cameron, take it away. We're in Lubbock, Texas for this one.
Well, Texas Tech's looked utterly dominant, but look what it's came against. Arkansas Pine Bluff, and maybe the worst team in college football, FBS, Kent State. So I know Texas Tech rather, has been absolutely phenomenal. And I think they are an excellent team. Like, they're going to contend for the Big 12, in my opinion, championship this year. But like I said, they have faced about as easy a cream puff schedule, as you could ask for in your first two games. I mean, Arkansas Pine Bluff and Kent State, it's tailor-made for them to obviously pile up the points and also look awesome on defense. This will be a little bit tougher. Now, Oregon State has disappointed. I mean, they're 0-2. They lost at home against Cal, and their defense got sliced. And then they give up 36 points last week to Fresno State, which ended up getting over 300 yards of offense. There were some fluke things in that game as well, though. There was a pick six for Fresno in that game. There was a punt return touchdown. So there were a couple of non-offensive touchdowns for Fresno. But still, the defense has had its tough times, and they're really going to have a tough time probably with Baron Morton. This is a well-oiled machine, Texas Tech offense. But I think Oregon State, here's what's lost in the fact that they're 0-2. They moved the football in both games. In the loss to Fresno, they scored 27. They rolled up over 500 yards of offense. Malik Murphy, the Duke transfer quarterback, at 371 through the air. Anthony Hankerson on the ground at 136 rushing yards. He's averaging 4.5 yards per carry on the season. Their offense is capable. There's something there with Oregon State offensively. They just have to avoid the miscues. They have to stop turning the ball over. The special teams blunder really, really hurt them at the end of the first half. And even the coach, Trent Bray, at the halftime speech calling it a joke. That was a hilarious video clip that went viral. But I think Oregon State can move the ball a little bit. So this is another one where I'm gravitating to an over, a high-scoring game, over 61 minus 110.
Over 61 here, over 61 at minus 110. I am copying and pasting everybody's action in the chat, so keep firing it out there, and thank you for doing that. We just are moving very, very
I lean Oregon State, believe it or not. I do, yeah.
I'm interested in Oregon State, and I kind of like AM's look on South Alabama. It's something I'm going to study a little bit more here as we move through the week. Let's roll. Next spot on the board, 3:30 p.m. Eastern, with the USC Trojans making their Big Ten season debut at Purdue, West Lafayette, Indiana. We have watched USC run over, cupcakes, but to what degree? I mean, Georgia Southern did not look good in that 59-20 loss. Missouri State, got demolished 73-13. That was over at halftime. Purdue shuts out Ball State 31-0 and then takes out the Salukis 34-17. Some people expected it to be a little easier to take out the Salukis. That was 14-14 after the first quarter. This was a 22.5-point favorite in the Boilermakers. Let's get into the line history here for this one, Ian. We're just going to go through best bets after this. So this is our last full game breakdown here, but let's take advantage of it. We have this total at 58.5. It is minus 115 to the over. It opened up minus 114 to the over. So we've had no movement on this over. And then when we get to the point spread here for Purdue USC, we have USC minus 20.5 at minus 111. They opened up at minus 21. It got up to 21.5. It dropped to 20.5 yesterday afternoon. So we have a half-point move towards the Boilermakers. And when we get to the cash flow, 69% of tickets on USC and 63% of the cash. Then we have 93% of tickets and 93% of cash on the over. Ian Cameron, take it away.
I've committed to taking Purdue here, even though USC has been absolutely spectacular on offense. There's Jaden Maiava, and the offense looks like incredible. It looks incredible in the first two games, what they were able to do to Georgia Southern and Missouri State. I mean, they look phenomenal. But USC in this spot, I don't trust them. Big road favorites, Big Ten road games. They went on the road in the Big Ten 3 times last year to either the Midwest or the East Coast. Minnesota, Maryland, and Michigan on the road in the Big Ten last year, and USC lost all 3 games outright as favorites. All 3, including Maryland, who weren't that good of a team last year. So there's been issues with Lincoln Riley's team making these road trips to the Midwest and the East Coast. They have not been good in these spots. And I'm a Barry Odom believer. Now, they have not played anybody. That's the biggest fear. That you're going from Ball State and Southern Illinois to USC. It's a huge step up in class here. For this Purdue team, but I give them the coaching edge. We've seen repeated failure from USC as a big favorite on the road in the Big Ten, making these long road trips. I will take my shot plus 21 minus 105 with Purdue to keep this game competitive, buying into Barry Odom, having this team ready, and giving them a chance to be. I like their offense, by the way. I like Ryan Brown. I'm on the over as well. Jimmy, you can make that official as well. Over 58.5 minus 106. I like Ryan Brown, the quarterback for Purdue. He's played well. He played well late last year. This USC defense did have some issues at times against Georgia Southern's offense last week. This will be by far the toughest test for this USC defense as well. So I'm going to take Purdue to keep it within 3 scores and over the total.
I love it. You're in good company because our friend Black Thor King, representing Tampa Bay, Florida, also with you on that over. And Black Thor King will be rocking with us at Pubapalooza 5, which is not that far away. Purdue plus 21. Was that minus 105?
Yes, exactly. Points bet.
And the over 58.5 minus 106. All right, we have to do rapid fire. We're not going to have time to do the line shopping or even the line movement here. We're just going to go rapid fire. Bobano's best bets. Iowa State Cyclones, Arkansas State Red Wolves, Centennial Bank Stadium in Jonesboro, Arkansas.
I think this is a very weary spot for Iowa State, but they have looked great, and Arkansas State's defense has been so bad. Like, I'd like to be able to maybe take Arkansas State plus 21. So I feel the safer bet is over the total, because the one thing Arkansas State can do is move the football, put up points. I think they will do that here in this game. So I don't think they're going to stop Rocco Becht and the Iowa State offense. They're a really bad Arkansas State defense, and we saw it last week against Arkansas. I think Arkansas State over was one of my plays last week in college football on the show. So I'm running it back over the total, 54.5 minus 110.
Over 54.5 at minus 110. 7 p.m. Eastern, Old Dominion Monarchs at Virginia Tech Hokies, Lane Stadium in Blacksburg, Virginia.
I like Old Dominion. I think Old Dominion can win this. Now, I'm not going to be bold and put Old Dominion money line on the card, Jimmy, but I really, really like them to be competitive here. Plus 7.5, minus 120 for Old Dominion here. Virginia Tech's bad. They're a bad football team. They're poorly coached. Brent Pry is not a very good coach. His team has gotten destroyed now in the second half. 2 games in a row by South Carolina, and last week against Vanderbilt, they were up 20-10 at halftime, and they give up 34 unanswered and lose 44-20. Just a horrific coaching job. I'm done waiting on Kyron Drones to be a good quarterback. He stinks. He hasn't gotten any better. In fact, he's regressed. He's gotten worse as a college football quarterback. And for Old Dominion, this is a big game. You know, you get to play an in-state team, and Virginia Tech's a very, very vulnerable football team. You know, I don't even care that they're playing at home in Blacksburg at night, which is supposed to be a strong home field advantage. It was supposed to be strong last week against Vanderbilt, and they shit their pants in the second half, getting out dominated and blown out by Vanderbilt in that game. So I think Old Dominion's live. There's problems at Virginia Tech, problems in Blacksburg. I like the quarterback for ODU, Colton Joseph. He can throw, he can run, and I think he keeps ODU close in this game, plus 7.5.
Plus 7.5 in the books and locked down. 7 p.m. Eastern, our next spot, Bobano. We had the Statesboro, Georgia. Jacksonville State Gamecocks 1-1 at Georgia Southern Eagles 0-2. Allen E. Paulson Stadium in Statesboro. Take it away.
This is a buy low spot for me on Georgia Southern. I know Georgia Southern hasn't looked great in the first couple of games, but look what they did. They had to go out west. I mean, I don't know what Clay Helton's thinking, the head coach. Yeah, let's start our season against USC and Fresno State, 2 back-to-back West Coast games for a team from Statesboro, Georgia. Does that make any sense? I mean, that's brutal to start the season that way. And I think people are getting a little carried away with Jacksonville State, thinking they're suddenly great because they beat Liberty. Liberty might just really, really suck this year. How about that? And I know Jacksonville State beat them last week. Liberty looks bad, and I'm shocked how bad Liberty looks. I'm shocked Jamie Chadwell has allowed Liberty to look that bad. Jacksonville State does not have a great quarterback, Gavin Wimsatt. Make him throw the football, stack the box, force them to, stop the run, because Jacksonville State's great at that. And yet there's Jacksonville State running the football right down Liberty's throat in that game. The problem is Georgia Southern does not have a good run defense. So I think Jacksonville State's, they have to run the football to have success offensively. So this is one I think that's a high-scoring game, over 58 in this game for me, minus 108. Now, I know Georgia Southern's defense is really, really bad, but they can throw the football. I like their quarterback, J.C. French. And remember, this was a Jacksonville State defense that coming into the year we thought was totally dismantled, rebuilding, lost everybody from last year. We didn't expect Jacksonville State's defense to be very good. And I know they looked solid against UCF, and I know they looked good against Liberty, but maybe UCF's offense ain't good right now. Maybe Liberty's way down from where they've been in the past. I'm not ready to be sold on Jacksonville State's defense being good just yet. And I think we got a nice little buy low spot here in this game with Georgia Southern. So I will take the Georgia Southern Eagles, their home opener after those and not to mention strength of schedule, right? UCF and Liberty for Jacksonville State. But Georgia Southern had to play USC and Fresno back-to-back weeks on the road on the West Coast. So I definitely give a strength of schedule advantage to Georgia Southern here in these first couple of games. So I will lock that in here. A nice, I think, situational spot here. A decent price, little overvalued, little overrated. Jacksonville State team coming into this game. -3, minus 124 is out there at Pinnacle. And I will lay the little bit bigger price to be able to get a flat -3 in this game with Georgia Southern.
That was minus 124?
That's right. Yeah.
You're in business. Next up, App State Mountaineers opening up their Sunbelt account against Southern Miss Golden Eagles. We're in Hattiesburg, Mississippi for this one. Take it away.
Yeah, App State's look. This is a bit of a surprise. I did not like the hire, Dowell Loggins. App State's been one of these teams that maybe you've just got to admit that they're better than you thought. I mean, they destroyed Charlotte. I think Charlotte's pretty bad, and I like Tim Albin, but I think he just doesn't have much talent on that team. I think that kind of explains how poorly it went for Charlotte in that game against App State. And then App State played Lindenwood last week, and I'll tell you what, they did not look impressive. They were 31-point favorites. They won 20-13. They were not great. Meanwhile, Southern Miss, they beat Jackson State 38-20 last week. They were able to cover in that game. Remember, they played Mississippi State first game of the year. They lost 34-17. But Mississippi State's looked pretty solid. Look what Mississippi State did last week, winning outright as a home dog against Arizona State, a team that made the playoff last year in college football. So I like this Southern Miss team. Obviously, it's basically Marshall Thundering Herd of last year have been transported to Southern Miss. Charles Huff, Braylon Braxton, the quarterback. A lot of the players on both sides of the ball from Marshall have gone to Southern Miss with the head coach, Charles Huff. I think App State's a little overvalued. Charlotte may be very bad. Barely beating Lindenwood is not that impressive. I think Southern Miss at home here, I can get +3 and the hook at FanDuel. I love getting it at that number. Give me Southern Miss here, +3.5, -120.
You are in business. We move on to Lexington, Kentucky. Eastern Michigan Eagles at the Kentucky Wildcats. Bobano, take it away.
So he's 30-12 against the spread as a road underdog. Chris Creighton, head coach of Eastern Michigan. This is usually where I want to take the points with him, and I still might in this game. I probably will, because I don't know if I trust Kentucky. That being said, Kentucky does not have Zach Calzada. I don't think it's that big of a deal. I don't think Zach Calzada is that good. Cutter Boley, who's going to be the quarterback here for Kentucky, might actually be better. Or I don't think, at the very least, I don't think there's much of a drop-off. But the problem is Eastern Michigan can't stop anything. They can't stop a nosebleed. They are that bad on defense. And my concern here is Kentucky could just hand the ball off, get big chunks, because the run defense, they're giving up over 300 rushing yards per game. Eastern Michigan on the ground. I mean, it's absolutely abysmal, their run defense, that even with questionable quarterback play, Kentucky might just be able to hand the ball off and just get big chunks on the ground and roll up the yards, roll up the points here in this game against an absolutely putrid, hapless, pathetic Eastern Michigan defense. So I like the over here because I think Kentucky is still going to get their points, over 45.5, -110. That being said, I like Noah Kim a little bit. Kentucky's secondary got sliced a little bit by Simmons, the quarterback for Ole Miss. Now, I know Ole Miss is a lot better than Eastern Michigan, but Eastern Michigan could throw the football a little bit, and they have been able to put up points in some of these games. Texas State, they moved the football all first half against them before getting shut down. So if we can get, 14 points or so out of Eastern Michigan, I think this game's got a chance to go over the total. So over 45.5, -110. I'm going to put Eastern Michigan on the card too, Jimmy. Their defense is so bad. But for Kentucky, this is after the Ole Miss game. They're going back into SEC play next week. Chris Creighton is still 30-12 against the spread long-term as Eastern Michigan head coach, as a road underdog. That's one hell of a track record. So I will take Eastern Michigan, even with my big worries about their defense. I will still take them +24.5, -112.
+24.5, -112. Spectacular work, Bobano. We have videos out on 2 of these 3 games coming up, and Daby Cab is breaking down Vanderbilt, South Carolina, and we just want to hear your action because we're going to go over everybody's action tomorrow. So you don't need to give us a breakdown. It'll just add to our talking about these spots tomorrow's show. So next up, Georgia, Tennessee.
I'm on Georgia, Jimmy. I don't understand all the love for Tennessee. I know Joey Aguilar's look great, but let's see him against someone other than a bad Syracuse defense. Let's see him against someone other than FCS team that they played last week. Let's see him do it against a Georgia defense that's pretty good. And by the way, Georgia has destroyed Tennessee. This hasn't even been a competitive series. Not only has Georgia won 7 or 8 in a row, they've blown them out every single time in these games. So to me, there's too much love here, in my opinion, here for Tennessee. And Georgia might have just been, Georgia did not look impressive, but again, they're playing Marshall and Austin Peay. I don't think they opened up the playbook very much. I think they're kind of just keeping their cards close to their vest here for this first, big game of the season for them against Tennessee. So I'm going to go with Georgia here, -3.5, -104.
I love it. I love it. Georgia -3.5, -104. Daby Cab is breaking down this game after baseball with Morgan Spooner, and that is a huge game. We heard from our guy, Big Ragu, on Monday night, Vanderbilt, South Carolina.
Yeah, I'm on Vandy here. South Carolina's offense does not look good. Vandy's been great as a dog under Clark Lee and Diego Pavia since he's been the head coach. South Carolina scored 38 points against South Carolina State. Look at the box score. 17 of those points, only 17 of those 38 points were offensive points. The other 21 points were non-offensive touchdowns. They struggled to move the football. Lenora Sellers and that South Carolina offense struggled to move the football against South Carolina State at home. And let's not forget, they didn't light it up against Virginia Tech either. Virginia Tech just shot themselves in the foot a million times. South Carolina's offense wasn't great in that game. Vanderbilt's a more physical team than you would think. I know they struggled with South Carolina last year, but that was last year. I think Vanderbilt's very live. +5, -110, Vandy.
And their final spot on the board, Bobano. This has been wonderful to hear all of these edges. I'm sorry we're forcing you to move so quickly, but you're handling it so beautifully. Texas A&M and Notre Dame.
I need 7 or better for A&M, and I lean A&M. Revenge spot. As a dog, I don't know if I trust Notre Dame. I think both A&M defense worries me too. But I also think Notre Dame's defense has taken a step back this year. I didn't love the way they played against Miami. Now, we did talk about this during at the Monday night live stream during Bears-Vikings, this game a little bit. And it is Marcus Freeman with the bye week. Time to prepare. That is an edge. That's something that definitely bodes well for Notre Dame, helps them out here in this game. We'll see how it goes. There is a 7 out there. Bet99's got a 7. Okay, I will take Texas A&M +7, -115. And I will take, normally you would think A&M Notre Dame, especially the way the game went last year, which was a stone cold under. Normally you would think under, but I don't know how good this A&M defense is. Utah State moved the ball pretty well against them. UTSA moved the football pretty well against A&M. They may not have a great defense this year, and I do expect progression and improvement from CJ Carr from the Miami game to this one. So I think Notre Dame could score points, and I also think Notre Dame's defense might be a notch or two, a tick or two down from last year. So I think Marcel Reed and the A&M offense could have a little success as well. And the total's only 49. We're not looking for a big shootout. So over 49 as well for me here, -120.
What a monster performance, Ian, as always. I apologize. We apologize for keeping you here.
Exhausted. I need some water. Beer. Never mind water. Screw that soft shit. I need a beer.
I'm gonna do the full review here. You don't need to stick around for that because we've kept you long. But please, before you go, I'm gonna pop Ian's X handle in the chat. Please support Ian. Ian, talk to us about what's coming up on the Hitting the Books YouTube channel.
Yeah, make sure you check out the 3-hour show we did on Monday. Every Monday, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. All the weeknight games, most of the marquee, bigger Saturday games on the college football. Hitting the Books show with yours truly and Connor Mack. Every Monday, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. We'll also have baseball shows throughout until the rest of the regular season throughout the month of September. So make sure you check that out. Of course, I'll be back next week, Monday night stream. I'll be on that as usual. And, of course, back here on the show next Thursday. Good luck to everyone in the chat. Good luck to you, Jimmy, and have a great weekend. We'll see you next week.
Much love to Ian Cameron. We also need him hitting leadoff. He had a power outage last Sunday in NFL Pub Hub, so I will work on getting him here for our NFL Pub Hub this Sunday. The squad did a great job on NFL Pub Hub. As a group, we did very well in week 1 of the NFL season. It's time to move back to Major League Baseball. Very upsetting seeing Cade Povich not throw to second and start that double play. I guess it's the first inning and the game's not on the line. I mean, do you want if this was an important game, I'd have my chopstick sharpened up in the clubhouse ready just to fool with his larynx a little bit. Not, hurt him too badly, but that was egregious. And it cost them a run. 1-0 Pirates. I thought he looked good, though. I still think everything that we have is in business. DC Capper in the house. It's time to go back to the diamond. And who better to cap MLB with than our great friend back? We missed him last week. Back in business with us. Please welcome Also, one of the stars of the Stars Network, Mr. Morgan Spooner. Spoondog, what's happening, man? How are you?
Doing pretty well, Jimmy. Nice day today. Looking at this card. Good luck on that Pittsburgh game there. I struggled with that. I liked the under there, and I agree with not trying to go for the double play. Like if you throw that into the outfield, that situation gets so much worse, and you have no outs.
It was very. I know you want your pitcher to be calm and in control, but attack the baseball. If he had attacked the baseball and then stopped and looked and said there was no, but he kind of went and picked up the ball and looked. That's what, also I needed the double play, Spooner. So I guess I got a bit of a bias watching Povich lollygag. But he looked good. And so does Oviedo. I think we're still in business. I looked at that immediate live under, but it just wasn't worth it at that point. Spoondog, we got to get to work here, my friend. It is wonderful to have you back in business. We start at 2:10 p.m. Eastern. We are popping off here 53 minutes from our next first pitch. We got afternoon action, which we love. Okay, and we have one out, one man on here. Okay. I still think everything's going to be fine. Everything's going to be fine. Rate Field in Chicago, Illinois, where the White Sox are pretty good. 31-43 at home, Spooner. And the Rays 72-73 playing some of their best baseball. We have the young lefty Ian Seymour on the hill. His last start, there was an opener, so it wasn't quite officially a start. But he went 4 innings and 5 hits. If you look at the last two, one was a start and one was after an opener. We have for Seymour, he's allowed 9 runs. I believe only 2 are earned. It's kind of a tricky thing to break down because if you look at his, I know they're unearned runs for a reason, but when you see 5 or 6 unearned runs, I do question whether, he was mentally together after something went wrong. 2.89 ERA, 1.10 whip is very, very good. And on the road this year, he is yet to allow a home run in 24 2/3, 148 opponent's batting average. He's looked very good. And then we have Shane Smith on the other side. He's been a pitcher that we can back, especially at home. 12 starts at home. He's only allowed 22 earned runs. He's coming off a 7-5 win at the Tigers. He wasn't great. He allowed 4 earned runs over 5 innings. Overall, 3.95 ERA, 1.20 whip. And it is lefties that get to Shane here. Why don't we take a look at the lineup that we are dealing with? Because there are lefties that will hurt Shane Smith. Or they have a much better chance. And you're going to see a lineup that has 2 right-handed bats in them in the confirmed line. Just Caminero and Williams. Every single other, Mangum is switchy, and then everybody else is a left-handed bat. That hurts Shane. Now, he's not terrible against lefties. 222, 737 OPS, but righties, 201, 599 OPS. Another issue in this game, because I like these pitchers, I think they're capable, is that the Rays are raking righties right now, 266, 786 OPS. And the White Sox are raking lefties, 279, 769 OPS. So that is a concern. The other big concern, of course, is the White Sox bullpen that is back to being the worst bullpen in Major League Baseball over the last 30 days when they had 2 months of pretty solid play. We got best bets coming in here. BJ on the Pirates. Great to see you, BJ. Also, Commanders +4. We have Tariq B and Nate Dogg both on the White Sox. So, no, Nate Dogg leaning to the White Sox, but Tariq B on the White Sox first 5 in full game, already on the Pirates first 5. Let's get that home. And great stuff here from our friend Brandon Cummings talking about Kyle Teal and what a monster Kyle Teal is going to be. I mean, he is all the reason to go be a last place ball club because you'll get players like Kyle Teal. That guy looks like a future all-star. Let's take a look at the line history here and the cash flow and then hand it over to Spooner for our first game. We have the Chicago White Sox, a very legit move towards these Chicago White Sox. We have them right now at +112. They opened up at +128. It's a big move. Look, I've backed Shane Smith at home nonstop, but the Rays are one of those teams that if you have any kind of issues with left-handed bats, they'll put a lineup of all lefties together. This isn't the Anaheim Angels that we're talking about that are incapable of putting left-handed bats out there. From a total standpoint, this opened up an 8 and has dropped to a 7.5. This, interestingly enough, did get up to 8.5. This was an 8.5 at 8 this morning, and now we have a 7.5. So it's very interesting line movement. And we get to the cash flow here. We could just quickly get back to baseball, and let's get this cash flow up. So here we go. From a cash flow perspective, we have 64% of the tickets and 83% of the cash on the Rays. And 55% of tickets on the under, 87% cash on the over. Am I overvaluing or overdoing my fear of all the left-handed bats that the Rays are putting in the lineup? Is one question that I would like answered at some point, Spooner, but take it away, my friend.
Yeah, I really like Tampa Bay here. That market is a little bit unsettling, but at the same time, once you start taking all those tickets with the big money, if you move that line, all you're going to do is induce more steam chasers to come after that line. As far as the lefties go in this Tampa Bay lineup, you have 7 in the official lineup today hitting from the left-hand side. Jake Magnum is a switch. But, I mean, for the first 7 bats, you're only going to see 1 righty in that lineup. So I think that's going to be a really tough situation for Shane Smith. Obviously, like you've talked about, the Rays lineup is hitting pretty well right now. I don't think the White Sox numbers versus lefties are, especially recently, are that valid. I mean, they have only seen 1 lefty since the 29th. We go back, their last 6 lefties they've seen, they haven't gotten more than 2 earned runs off of, except Noah Cameron getting 6. So I see some issues there with like the bats actually showing up. Earlier in the season, the White Sox were hitting lefties pretty well. You guys are talking about Kyle Teal not in the lineup for the White Sox today kind of thing. I'm not in love with this lineup. I think Ian Seymour's pretty good young pitcher, and I think he can handle lower level lineups. I think this is a spot where he can pitch really well. Not in love with the market, but I'm on Tampa Bay today.
I would be, but this market will not allow me to be on them. What is the line that you got on the Rays, Spooner?
Minus 142. I had a bad line on it last night.
It has to be the expectation of Shane Smith to keep pitching very well at home, and maybe Ian Seymour is not quite as good as, or hasn't been quite as good this season as the numbers indicate. And what did you feel about this total then? We watched it go up to 8.5, now down to 7.5. What's your thoughts there?
With these two guys on the mound, I kind of lean to the under here, but there's a lot of volatility involved with the bullpen situation. Don't trust a lot of guys on the White Sox. Rays have the day off tomorrow, so they'll be able to empty the tank on that. I guess I'd lean more towards the under, but I just scared off it. Definitely a lot of line movement, so that's very interesting.
Rate field is plus 1% runs, plus 14% homers, minus 17% doubles and triples, and plus 3%. Excuse me, singles. Okay, I'm going to have to stay off of the spot, unfortunately. We move on. 3:07 p.m. Eastern. We have the Houston Astros 79-67, 36-35 on the road at the Toronto Blue Jays 83-62, 46-25 at home. We're at the Rogers Center in Toronto, Ontario. God, this roof stuff is just driving me absolutely crazy. I mean, we know the roof's going to be open today because it's the afternoon day and it's a game and it's hot, but I can't. I mean, it was so warm and beautiful last night. The roof madness is bothersome. The difference when the roof is open, I mean, the ball just carries so much more. We have Christian Javier going up against Kevin Gausman. It's been interesting. We've seen Javier back for 20 1/3, and only 2 of those innings have come on the road. They've all been in pretty comfortable situations for Javier. We'll go over all of this. Right now, we have the Rogers Center. Well, the weather. It's a beautiful day. It's 73 Fahrenheit. Feels like 76. Stays around that temperature. 5.5 miles per hour to center. Dies down to 3.6 miles per hour. It's a beautiful day. We have the ballpark pal giving Rogers Center 0%. No change. Minus 2% homers. Plus 14% doubles and triples. minus 7% singles. Getting into the line history here from a total perspective, we have an 8.5. It's minus 108 to the under. It opened up minus 113 to the under. We've had a 2-cent move towards the over. And then on the money line, we have Gossman at minus 155. Opened up at minus 150. 5-cent move towards Gossman. We get to the cash flow. You have 56% of the tickets on Gossman, 66% of the cash on the Astros, 72% of tickets on the under, 93% of cash on the under. We have Javier, 1-2, 4.43 ERA, 1.33 whip. Kind of a disjointed start. Last start was 8-4 loss at home versus the Yankees, 4 1/3, 6 hits, 4 runs, 1 homer, 4 Ks. And on the road, it's just been one start. It was August 23rd. It was a 9-8 win at Baltimore. He got touched up. 2 innings, 3 hits, 5 runs, 3 of which were earned, 3 Ks and 4 walks. And so far, he's been mowing down all righties, mowing them down like they're not there. And lefties are hitting him pretty hard. Lefties are hitting with a 263, 712 OPS. So we have a confirmed lineup for these Toronto Blue Jays. And it has 3 lefties and then Heineman, the switch hitter. It's generally Heineman on travel days for the Jays. Springer, Lucas, Guerrero, Barger, Clement, Varsho, Schneider, Heino, and Jimenez. For the Astros, Pena, Alvarez. Oh, it's not confirmed yet. Let's see if I can confirm it here. Do you have it confirmed?
I see the official one. Pena, Alvarez, Correa, Altuve, Jesus Sanchez, Yanir Diaz, Christian Walker, Trammell, and Dubon.
Yes, official lineups are in here. We have the Astros meek against righties. 228, 664 last 30 days. Jays are hitting them hard, 254, 757. Gossman, 3.63 ERA, 1.03 whip, has been very good this year. And they're having, I've spoken about it. These pitchers are best friends, and they're a happy group, and they're a veteran-laden group. His last start was a thing of beauty at the Yankees in the Bronx. 8 innings, 1 earned run. There was a solo shot, just 4 hits, walked 1 batter. At home, 13 starts. He allowed 33 earned runs. Opponents hitting 231 against him. Now, he's allowed 14 of his 21 home runs at home. But he's pitching well. This Astros bullpen's falling apart. 5.42 ERA over the last 30 days. And the Toronto bullpen, after a pretty big rough patch, is starting to pitch better again. 4.06 ERA. Take it away for us here, Spooner. Astros, Jays.
I didn't end up moving on this game, but I really like the over here. What's keeping me off it is just how well Kevin Gausman's been pitching of late. But that roof open, you talked about it, it makes this a much nicer hitting environment, no matter what ballpark Pal has it modeled at. And I think the Blue Jays will be able to get runs off Christian Javier. And I mean, this Astros bullpen, even if they have a lead late, just keep blowing it late. It's pretty tough to trust them at this point. And I just think the Astros bats are not going to stay quiet forever. This is Kevin Gausman, who's really capable of having blow up starts. He looks very sharp, but it just takes a couple bad pitches. You start rolling in the wrong direction. I couldn't ultimately get there. I think the Blue Jays find a way to win this game, but I'm off it. What do you make of the market here? A ton of tickets on the under, 72% of the tickets and 93% of the cash on the under. And I mean, I don't see a ton of movement. 8.5 over 105 and then 8.5 over 115 now. I really like this over.
Yeah, the over is it's definitely in the cards. You have so much volatility in the bullpen. I have no idea what Javier is going to give you. It's not a great lineup for him to go up against. So the only thing I'm comfortable with is Gausman, but you're also getting Gausman after a phenomenal start. So there's certainly enough volatility for this to go over. Everybody's been watching unders too, so I think it works. I think it definitely works here in this situation. My thought is to back the Blue Jays. I understand that bigger bets have come in on the Astros, but it's not like the market is concerned. It's kind of just sitting there. I understand also why the Astros would be appealing at this number, but I would only be looking at the Jays but also I think once it gets to the bullpen, there's so much volatility that we don't, I don't know who's going to mess it up. If Hoffman allows a home run, no one's surprised. If the Astros continue just to be terrible on their back end, no one would be surprised. So if that's the case, what would we do? Would we take a Blue Jays -1 or should we just focus on the first 5? But then again, we have the statistical information that says it's the Astros bullpen that's the bigger problem. So then, we have Matty Ice talking about the double result. I'm unsure of the best way to bet this right now. And I don't want to just stay off because I can't figure out which one, and I'm not going to double up on any spot here. I feel like I'd be asking a little bit too much for the double result. I'd rather just get the first 5 -0.5, get in and get out, because there's volatility on both sides of the bullpen. I mean, if you were going to move on the Jays, what would be the most appealing angle from a side bet?
I mean, I certainly couldn't lay that juice with the money line. First 5 -0.5, I have to have a ton of confidence there. And I just think Kevin Gossman, coming off 15 innings of 2 earned run baseball, only walked 1 batter in those last 2 starts. I mean, you talk about buying high and selling low, or buying low and selling high. This is you're buying high spot on Kevin Gossman right now.
Unfortunately.
And I just don't think there's a lot of value attached to it. Yes, that's what I'd lean. I don't have that conviction in him. Like I said, I think he gives up a few runs today.
Why don't we just take one? I know we don't. Time is not on our side here. We got to move quickly, but this is an afternoon action that's going to really add to our day. I would just like to take a look at what Gossman has done. Now, we've already done this analysis on Soriano after bad days, and he's clearly bet on. But let's take a look at what Gossman has done after spectacular days. Now, this is back-to-back great starts, though, which is a good sign. He did back-to-back great starts. The last time he had an awesome start. 7 innings, led 1 run in Colorado, came back at home against the Cubs, 2 earned runs over 7 innings. Now, the last time before, he had back-to-back great starts at the end of July. He took out the Yankees just like he just did, but this time it was at home. Then went into Detroit and shut them out over 6 innings, struck out 10. Then came home and got destroyed against the Royals. But then he got hot again. It seems like these. Yeah, he's
5 innings
right.
pitched, 2 earned runs versus the Pirates isn't a great start for a guy of Kevin Gossman's caliber, which is what followed up the Colorado and Chicago 2 good starts.
Yeah,
which was just after that bad Kansas City start. He followed that one up with another bad one in Miami. Now he's on that 2 good start spot. I don't know. You can't put too much into that, but it just does seem like he struggles to really start stringing these together. I mean, any pitcher does it. You'd have an immaculate ERA by the end of the season if you could just do that over and over again.
Huh. But I mean, we do. I mean, feel like Javier is the vulnerable one, right?
Yeah, I'd say he has a much easier time.
God damn it! Fucking Jesus! Sorry. Ugh. How do you not mow him down there? Fucking sorry. All right. Well, I'm in trouble immediately. Good God. The stolen base, they don't even throw it. You have every chance to get him there, and you're just a fucking step late, dollar short. God damn it. Okay, sorry. It's not how I wanted to start the day, especially with Kong's birthday pick. God damn it. Javier's thrown 2 innings on the road. Do you trust him here?
Obviously, all the data we have on him is is at home there in Houston. But I mean, I don't think this is a terrible place for a pitcher to start. I mean, it's not one of the worst ballparks. This Blue Jays lineup is no matter where we were, if Christian Javier was facing this Blue Jays lineup, I would expect them to get to him. I guess if we look at his splits on the short season, he struggles more with lefties, and you really only have 3 of those in the Toronto lineup, right? Nathan Lucas, Barger, Varsho, Heineman, and Jimenez too. So, I mean, those are not the best bats in this lineup. It's still weird not seeing Bichette in the middle of it. I always picture him. I I don't have a huge take on this, but I do think the Blue Jays get the Javier.
I like Heino in there against left-handed pitchers. This is arguably the weakest lineup the Jays can put out. I'm going to think about this a little more. I'm really trying to stay away from the first 5 minus a halves. This would fall into that. It's just, okay, let me just take a quick look at the first 5 on the, first 5 minus a half, still expensive. Okay, I'm going to spend some time here. I'm starting to get hesitant. And, so what happened with me with Gossman was I'm a big fan of his. Last year, I got crushed on the starts. And this year, I've just been so standoffish and not having confidence when he's on the hill and not knowing when he's going to shove, not knowing when he's going to get touched. He's had a very good season. I should be sitting here up a bunch of money in his starts, and I'm not. I lean towards the Jays, but it may just end up a lean. Yeah, we lost the birthday pick last night. And these were just ticky-tack. I mean,
that Kansas City start where he got nailed on the first, that was a roof open kind of day in Blue Jays. Looking back, I assume this is a situation where Kevin Gausman probably likes pitching in this park a lot better with the roof closed. His home ERA is actually higher than his full season ERA. So, I mean, if we were looking for check marks that would say he's more vulnerable, having this roof open, coming off 2 good starts, like I see some writing on the wall to get some runs off of him.
Yeah, and Tommy, I get it, and you can feel that way. But if I didn't follow the market movement, and you're saying that it's going to cost you a lot of money, I would have lost everything. Everything. And I was on my way to doing that. And everybody who is rocked with me is, seeing what I've done this season across all these sports and last year as well. But you're absolutely welcome to of course, you have complete autonomy with how you want to cap Turnbuckle Tommy, and we're thankful to cap with you. But I do think that you're, whatever. We don't have to agree, but this is part of the fun. We talk about different angles and how we get cash. It has helped me enormously. It has helped me so much. I'm so thankful. And it's not, and see, here's my issue with the market for me right now. It's gotten me on a lot of winners, but what it's done is it's taken me off so many losers. And when I can start flipping, I'm almost 50 games over 500 now. The VIG is our enemy, and it's, I'm only up 21 units, but Turnbuckle Tommy, look, if it works for you. Now, I do think, though, that just disregarding the market, you're disregarding information. And sports gambling is an information-driven business. And you're welcome to say, look, I don't want that information. Again, you have the autonomy to handle it however you want to handle things. Let's bring on Jose, our producer of the show. Maybe he can help us with this Astros Jays game and hear what his plan is as we roll into the future. Without further ado, coming to us from our home studio in San Antonio, Texas, there he is in shorts, ready to rock, very comfortable. Look how comfortable he looks. Our friend, Mr. Jose Bacard. Jose, how are you?
I'm doing all right. I can't complain. Pretty even day for me yesterday. So ready to come attack the board here. Haven't done much analysis today so far because I've been caught up doing other things, but excited to get into this game here. I thought his line was a little inflated. I'll tell you that to start.
Well, let's hit us with Rays White Sox. It pops off in 29 minutes. Jose?
I didn't hear what you said. Sorry.
Rays White Sox. It pops off in 29 minutes. Did you move on it?
No, I haven't moved on anything yet. I'm looking at the market right now, And obviously, you guys talked about this. There's 63% of the bets and 84% of the money on the Rays here. And I mean, I'm going to refresh my line movement thing, but it hasn't moved at all.
It's moved to the White Sox.
It's moved heavily to
Yeah.
the White Sox. Well, I don't heavily
So
might be a
just-
little much, but it has
Let me
moved.
see here. All right, beautiful. Penny opening minus 140, now down to minus 122. Again, it feels like it should be a White Sox spot there, right?
You know, when capping the game, I couldn't get over the fact that the Rays are capable of putting together the exact lineup that should hurt Smith, even though he's been so spectacular at home. So that was my issue. That was my problem.
Spoons, what about you?
Before we saw the market, I took Tampa Bay last night. Still just looking at this game, I see this as a spot where Tampa Bay puts runs up on the board, and I don't see how the White Sox necessarily can match all of that. I have some confidence in Seymour. He's got a pretty good pitch mix. They also have the bullpen advantage, and they don't have a game tomorrow, and the White Sox got to travel. So I think there's quite a few advantages to Tampa Bay. The market move is concerning, but it's not huge. And if you move it the other way, it seems like you would entice just as much money to continue coming in on Tampa Bay.
So it's interesting to me in this game. Total 7.5 right now. I have Penny. It was an 8, and I'll go over the market again here. 60%, 58% of the bets on the under, 86% of the money on the over. Spits on that money. The market does spit all over it. No respect. I think Seymour and Smith pitch well, but I think the White Sox can pull this game out. So I think I'll move on White Sox here.
Justin's right. The Rays do have a game tomorrow. I missed that when I glanced at it.
Let's roll on to the next one, and it's important conversation that you guys are having. And so again, and you guys know I've talked about this before, and we don't need to really harp on it. But TJ talked about it, and I really believe that the difference in my success in MLB this year and last year in comparison to my early years capping MLB were 4 categories. There has to be 4 categories that are studied in Major League Baseball for you to succeed long term, year after year after year. And number 1 is the X's and O's. That's the number 1 thing. You know, break down the game, the pitcher, the bats, the bullpen, the splits, the angles that you think are going to succeed, the weather, everything. Break down the X's and O's. Then study the opening line. Did the opening line make sense to you? Was it in a position you think that the books were looking for money in a certain way? Then where is the money? Where is the big bets? Where's the cash? And then wait 12 to 18 hours to study what happened with that opening line and the cash. And so 3 of those 4 things are not X's and O's. They're market oriented. But again, do what works best for you. That is what has worked for me.
Plus 111 for White Sox.
You're on them?
Yeah, I'm going to bet them official.
I get it. Okay, Jose, White Sox plus 111. All right, let's hear your take on Astros Blue Jays, Jose, my friend.
Yeah, so we'll just basically do the same thing we did there here, just to quickly touch on the market. 59% of the bets on the Blue Jays, 66% of the money on Astros here. I think I have a vividness bias in my head about Astros teams of the past still.
I do too.
These teams to be good.
I do too.
And it just feels like minus 160 for the Jays is kind of like absurd here. But like, I mean, I watch these teams just blow games left and right, and I'm just like, when am I going to start believing what the Astros are here? Bullpen wise, without Hader, it just has not been good. Brian Abreu went back-to-back, blown save. Do I want to back a team with no closer here? No. Even if Gausman struggles a little bit, I think the Blue Jays could still come through offensively, which naturally leans me to say, why not over with 72% of the bets and 93% of the money on the under in this game? The total really has and at least what I'm looking at has not moved much. 2 cents. I mean, I guess actually penny opened this -113 to the under. It's now -108 to the under. Where we used to play poker, -110, now down to -113 to the under. But I think this is an over game, so I have the over, or I guess this total written down now.
See, I'm with TJ. The opening line is alarming. Spooner, do you feel that the opening line is put at a price that's going to open up anybody who's interested in the Astros? And we just both talked about a real legitimate bias that Jose and I have, that I've had for a few years now with the Astros. I always think they're going to win the division. This was the first year I don't have futures on them. I always think they're going to deliver. And anybody looking at this plus number for the Astros would find it immediately appealing.
The Astros have been playing pretty bad baseball for a minute now. I mentioned in the breakdown that Christian Javier, I think, would get hit up by the Blue Jays in no matter what stadium they're in. So you can immediately move that to like a +110 if you're putting it on a neutral for the Astros. And then we move it for the home field advantage going to Toronto. So maybe it is a little bit heavy, but I don't think it's super alarmingly heavy. I don't think people watching the Astros play baseball right now really want to go and back them. Like, what's the path of pitchers that gets them the win here today, and how much volatility is involved with it? Abreu coming out there with 2 pitches, if he can't throw his slider for a strike, he gets absolutely crushed. Seen it happen a few times now. I think Toronto's more than capable of laying off sliders outside of the zone and hitting them. It makes sense to me where the Blue Jays are where they're at.
I mean, it's to me, it's a huge line. I see the number 365 is a public book, but that +140.
I think that the bullpen is shot. Their bullpen stinks without Hader. Now they don't have like 3 of their 4 top guys. So I think it's more of a reflection on that. Like, are we going to see like Lance McCullers out of the bullpen today? Because Christian Javier is going 4 or 5 innings
max. Yeah, I mean, unless he's really shoving. This isn't the strongest Jays lineup. I keep coming back to the Jays and then thinking their lineup and kind of moving past. Not only that, but I feel like you almost want to cover yourself with the Jays first 5 -1/2 and full game -1 rather than a double result. You know.
I could not believe, by the way, Craig Kimbrell was closing ball games. So.
All right, guys, it's all good. These are conversations that are important, and also, when you cap every day together with people, there are going to be arguments. There's going to be times when things annoy you. That's just part of working with somebody and a group of people every single day. So it's all good. I'm thankful for all of your input. And Turnbuckle Tommy, I'm thankful for your input. So let's just move forward together as a group and move on to the next game. But I am going to move on the Jays. The problem is I look at these 2 lineups and I'm like, how are the Jays in the first place in the AL East? But of course, it's missing Kirk and Bichette, and Bichette's been an absolute monster. So let's roll, fellas. 6:40 p.m. Eastern is our next spot on the board. Washington Nationals 16-85, 31-43 on the road at the Miami Marlins 67-79.
By the way, sorry to interrupt. Shout out to Nate, who's going to be at his best friend's side here. Shout out to Big Creep. What a nickname. I want to hear the story about how he got that nickname one day, Nate. Hopefully all is well over there, but obviously it's a bitch of a thing to try to deal with. So shout out to you, Nate.
Oh wow, thank you for putting that, because it's not in our YouTube chat. It's just up there for some reason. Man, I'm so sorry you have to go through that, but it's so important. You know, it's so important that you're there for him. It's so important that you're being strong. It's so important that I'm sure he's showing a ton of strength as well. And absolutely, if we could all take a second and send some positive energy and some prayers, whatever it is you do, for the Big Creep.
Yeah, what a nickname. Shout out to him. I hope hope we can talk about him soon.
Yeah, no, that's important. Very important. Okay, we just talked about 2 bullpens that can't be trusted. How about 2 pitchers coming off the injured list? I mean, this is crazy. Now, you have Mackenzie Gore, who he threw a 25-pitch bullpen session on Saturday. I'm not sure what he did on Tuesday. He threw off the mound. I couldn't get the information on it, but that's it. That's it. And it's it's left shoulder inflammation for Mackenzie Gore. Then you have Ryan Weathers. This guy has been gone for a long time. He's been gone for a long time. So he had his rehab starts at AAA Jacksonville. And also on Monday, he tossed a live bullpen session. It was a lat injury, and it's checked out fine. He's been gone since June 9th. He built up to 68 pitches in his most recent rehab start. So he's not going to have, a full load. And he looked pretty good before he left. We only saw him for 24 2/3, but 3.28 ERA, 1.05 whip, 23 Ks and 8 walks. He looked pretty good, So it's just, talk about volatility and then you have two teams that aren't hitting lefties at all. The Nats are horrible, 206, 588. You have Marlins versus lefties, 228, 668. So you have two teams that just can't hit lefties at all. It is a very tricky situation here at Lone Depot Park in Miami, Florida. And if you were to say that I'm going to trust these lefties because this lineup is such trash, I would agree with. I think that's a fine angle, and if it's backed here with the market, then I would understand it. The Marlins right now are minus 110. They opened up minus 118, now minus 111. So we've had a slight move towards the Washington Nationals. From a total perspective here, you have an 8, but I see some 7.5s. They're not the most legit 7.5s. It's juice to the under. This opened up minus 111 to the under. Now it's minus 108 to the under. So no real help here. And then when we get to the cash flow here, I'll take a look at it, Tariq, my man. I'll take a look at it. I stopped when I lost that first 300. In great anger, I stopped focusing on what was happening in that game. So I haven't kind of been watching it. You have 59% of tickets on the under and 54% cash on the over. 77% of tickets on Mackenzie Gore and 83% of the cash. Spooner, here we go. A tricky one popping off in Miami. Take it away.
A little surprised to see the market in this game. Didn't think there'd be a lot of tickets on the under, 59%, so the majority, and 54% of cash on the over. I assumed with seeing Mackenzie Gore, Ryan Weathers, more people would be enticed on that over than what there are. I snagged a 8.5 under minus 115 last night and bet it. I just think this is a spot where Ryan Weathers is seeing a lineup that only really has good left-handed hitters in it. And he only gave up 2 hits to lefties in the innings he did pitch in the major leagues. Down there in the minors, has the same splits where he's much better at getting lefties out. So when I look for somebody that I think can pitch well versus the Nationals, it's a guy like that. He looked good in his last rehab start. Miami's bringing him up for a reason. And Mackenzie Gore, I don't think the Nationals are putting him out there on the mound right now if they expect that injury to be anything serious. Don't have a ton to play for in the season right now. It's a guy that they have a lot invested into. So I think that indicates that his health is there. There's not a ton of movement in these totals on the books that I'm looking at right now, but some had 8.5s and are down to 8, and everything else is 8s, juice to the under across the board. I think from a side, you could only be on Miami here. All the tickets and cash on Washington, and it's not really reacting.
Yeah, I hate trying to, but what's more important is probably not Weathers, who's 25. Even though I think of him as being around the league for so long, I think of him as a 30-year-old, but he's only 25. So you can't call him a vet. But and Mackenzie Gore for that matter too, even though they've been around a lot, is the issue here. The thing I think that you can trust the most is the fact these teams are not hitting lefties at all. This should be a really easy opportunity for them to go out and deliver. Jose Bouquet, take it away here. Nats, Marlins. Oh, you're muted, my man.
There we go. Yeah, I think this is Spoons is dead on here. Everyone's betting allegedly. Everyone's betting the Nationals here. I think this line was pretty like national. Like this line is meant to get Nationals money, in my opinion. I mean, Ryan Weathers, we all know, is a better pitcher than Mackenzie Gore, no matter what his record is. And on their best day, give me Mackenzie Gore 10 times out of 10. But it seems like today is not going to be Mackenzie Gore's best day. And if it is, maybe we'll just roll the bullpen dice at the end of the game here, which again, that is the true gambling of baseball here, hoping that these bullpens can come out and pitch well here. Miami, you mentioned 26th right now in my split for bullpen ERA of 5.82. Washington Nationals here, shockingly a 3.40. But we all know, well, at least I know, I think that's going to regress. So give me the Marlins here, full game money line. I'll get you a price right now. I just lost it.
And get me the Marlins money line. And what was the juice, Spooner, on the under 8.5?
Minus 115.
Minus 112 for me.
Marlins minus 112. I'm gonna have to stay off of this spot, but it's not that I don't disagree with either of the angles you guys have. I just feels volatile. Let's move on. 7:05 p.m. Eastern. The Detroit Tigers 84-62, 38-33 on the road. The New York Yankees 80-65, 43-31 at home.
What bastards these teams are from yesterday's under. What bastards.
Yankee Stadium in the Bronx, New York. We have Who Bangin' Sports Talk in the house. DJ, Big Boss, and the big party popping off in 1 week's time. The big party popping off in Atlantic City. Shout out to Who Bangin' Sports Talk. Shout out to our guy, DJ, Big Boss. I mean, guys get no better in our industry than our man, DJ, Big Boss.
You know what's funny about that picture?
What's that?
You could tell me that's Dami Gun's body, and I'd believe it. Shout out to my guy, Dami Gun. I miss my guy, Dami. But that could be Dami Gun's body. You know he likes to show some chest.
He does like to show some chest.
Shout out to you, Dami, wherever you are. Hope you're doing well.
Let's roll on. Detroit Tigers 84-62, 38-33 on the road. At the New York Yankees 80-65, 43-31 at home at Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. We have Tyler Holton going up against Sawyer Gibson Long. I'm probably going to make a move of some kind on the Jays here shortly. I'm just working on it. So Tyler Holton is the opener. He's pretty good in this situation. 5-4 with a 3.80 ERA, 1.12 whip. Had a strong season. And then Sawyer Gibson Long is the primary. I don't believe that's changed. If anybody knows any different, please let me know. Sawyer Gibson Long is not good. He's not going to be on the playoff roster.
Holton, by the way.
Yeah, the opener is Tyler Holton.
Opener?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
No worries, it's all good. So Sawyer Gibson Long's not going to make this postseason roster. It does sort of feel like the Tigers don't care that much about these games, but I don't want to get too caught up in that. On the road, Sawyer Gibson Long has pitched in 4 games. He started 1. He's allowed 8 earned runs in 16 2/3. He's been fine. 13 strikeouts and 1 walk. He's been pretty good. He has allowed 3 home runs, those 16 2/3. Coming off a 12-5 loss at home to the Mets. And the Mets are just ripping the leather off the ball. The problem with Sawyer Gibson Long at this point is that righties are annihilating him. Lefties can't get to him. So it's a pretty fascinating situation. Let's take a look at the lineup that Sawyer Gibson Long is likely to be facing tonight. So again, Holton to Gibson Long, and righties are hitting 327 with a 1.085 OPS. So you have Aaron Judge and Stanton, and you can pitch around these guys. I mean, look at all those lefties in the lineup. If you know that, and then you have Holton starting out, so you get through Judge and probably Stanton for that matter. So it's not a terrible, it's probably a good situation for him. Then you have Cam Schlittler, everybody talking about the young gun coming off a 7-1 loss at home versus the Jays. He got lit up, 1 2/3, 5 hits, 4 earned runs, 2 Ks, 2 walks. At home, he started 6 games. He's been very good, 13 earned runs. But, Opponents hitting 279 against them, 14 walks and 27. That's at home. 14 walks and 27 in the thirds. Not great. Righties hit them harder than lefties, but the Tigers aren't hitting right now. And the Yankees are raking lefties and righties. But Holton's only there for a second. Tigers bullpen is starting to pitch like the playoffs again. 2.99 ERA over the last 3 days. And the Yankees bullpen's been absolute trash. Let's get into the weather here for this one and then the line history. This is our last game we're going to be able to cap with Spooner, but we are going to hear his best bets for the rest of the card, Spooner. And thank you for hanging with us, my friend. Sorry that it takes so long on some of these games. 75 Fahrenheit feels like 73, 5.4 miles per hour left to right across the diamond and slightly, and dies down at 3.7 miles per hour. We have Ballpark Pal telling us that Yankee Stadium is the least offensive ballpark today, minus 9% overall, plus 3% homers, minus 14% doubles and triples, and minus 7% singles. Getting into the line history, we'll start with this total. It's an 8.5. It's minus 110 to the under. Open up plus 103 to the under. 13 cents of movement towards the under. We get to the money line. We have the Yankees at minus 156. Line not moving really towards them. In fact, it went pretty heavy away from them in the initial opportunity for gamblers. It opened up minus 157, got all the way down to minus 141 before it started climbing back up. Climbed all the way up to minus 166. It was minus 166 less than an hour ago. Now we're minus 156. So the early money and the late money is being on the Tigers. That intermediate money is coming on the Yankees. When we take a look at the cash flow, we have 56% of the tickets on the Yankees, but 79% of cash on the Tigers. 67% of tickets on the under, 54% cash on the under. Morgan Spooner, Tigers, Yankees at Yankee Stadium in the Bronx.
Yeah, I like the market in this game. I'm on the Yankees -1, minus 108. All that money on Detroit, and this line's moved a couple cents to the Yankees, depending what book you look at. Obviously, there's a little bit of U-shaped movement in that because it did move to Detroit at one point, but I like that it's come back to the Yankees. I know seeing a lefty and then having a pitcher with pretty good lefty splits isn't the best matchup for the Yankees, but the Yankees have been killing lefties all season. I think Tyler Holton could struggle with the top of this order, just like any pitcher in baseball can. It's going to be really just a nice day in the Bronx today. They're going to have a really nice ceremony to honor 9/11. I think there's going to be a lot of good energy in that building. Big Cam Schlittler guy. I think he can pitch well versus this Detroit lineup. I think there's a lot of advantages out there for the Yankees. Obviously, coming off the loss, I like it even more. Just a team that didn't show up, has everything to play for, still left in this season. This is New York through and through for me. That U-shaped movement is one of the best things to see on these lines, I think. So I'm happy with it.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. It always concerns me in Yankees games because we know the gamblers want to back the Yankees. So you're implying that the big money on the Tigers and the line, just staying level is a good sign, and that's a fair read. That's correct. We haven't seen Schlittler off a terrible start. This will be an interesting situation for him. The worst start he ever had Major League Baseball before that start was 3 earned runs allowed. So he's coming off, not getting through the second inning. And that was at home. So he has a consecutive home start so he can stay in this rhythm. I can understand that. What kept you off the under?
These lineups, the Detroit Tigers, when they start swinging the bat well, can put a crooked inning up on a bad Yankee bullpen arm. The Yankees lineup, I think, can get to every pitcher the Detroit Tigers have outside of Skubal. So there's enough to keep me off there. The market at this point wouldn't be keeping me off it. That's for sure.
We're going to stay with Tigers, Yankees, and hear from Jose Bouquet, but we have to hear from Spooner. Rest of your MLB action. Are you moving on any of the rest of the games, my man?
That Angels game coming up next, I moved on the Angels money line last night, plus 150. Seattle was playing an extra inning game. I think that went to the 13th or 14th inning. Jose Soriano, you guys touched on it yesterday. His ability to bounce back from bad starts is pretty predictable. That's what we're looking for. So I believe this is a spot where he can come out and pitch well. Bryce Miller's got terrible stats here at home on the season. Still coming back from injury. I've mentioned it a couple times now. I think they brought him back too early. I don't think he's fully healthy yet, and we're still seeing him kind of rebuild the way he wants to pitch on the mound right now. So I had that Rays money line, the Nationals Mariners under, the Guardians money line, Phillies and Mets over 8, the Yankees -1, and the Angels money line. I have all the juice posted for that on X.
I love it, Spoons. Thank you so much for making time for us, my man. Gonna pop your X handle in the chat. Please support our friend Morgan Spooner. Can also be seen nightly on the Sauce Network. And don't forget, college basketball right around the corner. Morgan's wheelhouse. Morgan, my man, thank you. Any last words for the Cappers supporting the show?
No, just have a good day. Enjoy your families and gamble responsibly.
Let's get that cash, Morgan, my man. There he is, Morgan Spooner. Jose Bouquet, we go back to Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. Take it away.
Yeah, I have a bad taste in my mouth for that under yesterday. It was very disappointing, to say the least. Both pitchers pitch well, and then the bullpen does what the bullpen does and just dribbled down its leg. So I've stayed off. I'm not a Cam Schlittler guy. I don't want to back a Tigers bullpen day. I bet you we'll see bullpen days from the Tigers in the playoffs. So I'll tell you that. And that's going to be difficult to bet on. I find those games to be difficult in the playoffs, especially, but I'm off. I think the line is inflated and it might be an indication of what's going to happen.
All right. We will. I don't know what Schlittler is going to do here. When you see a pitcher have its first ever, bad start, was he tipping pitches? Can he bounce back immediately? I mean, we just don't have that knowledge for him. If you're a big Schlittler believer, which I know a lot of people are, then you can say, look, I think he's going to bounce back. But I don't know why I would like. This is a game based on numbers, and the numbers tell us that Schlittler is a very good pitcher, a very good young pitcher who's going to be trusted upon in the playoffs. So you would expect him to bounce back, but we just don't have any proof of that. And this is the right lineup for Sawyer Gibson-Long, who is the primary here. So when it's said and done, I get Spooner's action. I can understand it, but it doesn't appeal to me. So let's roll on, Jose. We are also less than an hour away from the Jays game, and I want to get involved. I hate this feeling. And this is, Jose, this is a feeling I have quite often where I can't decide between two bets. And so part of me is like, just bet them both. Something in my head, just bet them both. Just bet them both. I hate that. I know
that's what's been happening with me in team totals and money lines recently. That's why I've been doubling up on them, and I can't decide, so I bet both, and then one wins, one doesn't, and I just get angry at myself.
Yeah, it's
so what's happening. I mean, you're leaning that more towards betting both when it comes to football totals, though. Under his first half full game, right?
Oh, well, I have proof there. I have proof that it's working for me. So I think that even if you're using one unit, which I've not been doing, that you should bet both. It's working. So, Matty I says, forgive my ignorance, but do MLB teams have to announce a primary? I don't think they have to.
No, they don't. It's just a RotoWire assuming.
Yeah, I don't think they have to announce a primary.
I mean, Kyle Harrison was the primary for the Red Sox yesterday, according to RotoWire. He came in like the 7th inning.
Yeah, he wasn't even the second person in.
Yeah, so.
Okay, let's roll on here. Now, in saying that, in that Jays game, I still think that the biggest advantage, even though we are buying him high, is Gossman over Javier. Because Javier's only thrown 2 innings on the road. But this Jays lineup is not as strong. I think 2 units is a mistake. I think I've got to decide. And I understand that the Astros bullpen's been so bad, but I don't trust the Jays bullpen. I understand statistically it's been better, but still, that's not. All right, let's roll on.
I'm going to move on the over in that game, by the way.
I get that completely. We've seen 2 low-scoring games, and we know the roof's going to be off. But, man, you take Kirk and Bichette out of that Jays lineup.
It is particularly disgusting, yes.
And Heino's not going up against a lefty.
I like how you call him Heino.
Let's roll. It's not just me. That's not my personal.
Oh, yeah? I figured.
Not just me. Let's roll on. Matty says, do a half unit on first 5 minus half and a half unit on the Jays -1. I'll tell you honestly, and this is an important thing. My unit size is not big enough. And I've only been going 250 in MLB, which 50 under my regular unit size, just because of the quantity of action. And so if I have 125 on the first 5 and 125 in the full game, I don't really care. I don't fucking care. But I'm just being honest. And that's a problem. That means I got to get my unit size up badly. 7:15 p.m.
When
Eastern.
do you know, by the way?
Sorry, Mama?
When do you know when to push the unit size up?
The problem that I have is that when you deal with credit, you're not sitting on a huge bankroll. My bankroll has improved, but I'm getting 25% in and out, and it's been in for the last little while. So it's not, it's all about bankroll. I think you need to have, at a minimum, like if I wanted to go up to 500 a game, well, at a minimum, I need to have. I mean, if I had 50,000 in a bankroll, that's not enough. If I had 50,000 sitting there, it's not enough to go to 500 again. So you kind of put yourself in a tricky situation. I just need to keep winning. I think the most important thing is to show consistency and keep winning. And then
at some day you'll wake up and you'll be like, today's the day.
If the Brewers win the World Series, then I can move it up. I can move it up a little bit. But in saying all that, right now, the truth of the matter is that I have a 4-year-old and an 8-year-old, and this isn't really the time in my life where I start taking major risks.
TJ, by the way, mentioning that unit size has to mean something to you, or else you get willy-nilly, which makes sense.
Exactly. And then I don't think mine's high enough. But if I was to drop it to 125 on each bet, let's roll on. And my YouTube just crashed, so I missed kind of some of the chat. So I'll take a look at it after I introduce this game. But these are important conversations, and there's one goal. We have one goal. That goal is increasing our unit size. Those of you who like to cash out, you can do that. And then a lot of people, though, believe in these books that you need to cash out at times because you don't want them to worry about your action. And if you have 50K in an account, they'll start worrying about your action. So the NFL Cappers contest lines are open. Thank you, Swiggy, my friend. Nobody had a perfect game. A perfect week, I should say, in week 1.
God damn you, fucking Russell Wilson.
Yeah, we all took a bath.
I had it in my hands, Jimmy. If you could just find the end zone one time, and I got angry just listening to you talk about. I actually was listening to a podcast, and the play-by-play of the red zone snaps of the Giants in the red zone were just disgusting.
Yeah.
Oh my god! So I was furious. But yeah, the Giants were. I was like, oh my god, am I gonna pull a 5-0 out of my ass at week 1, and I could just need to find 2 more in 18 weeks or whatever the hell it is? Ugh.
I think that it's possible that you could split the $1,000 with 2 winning weeks. 3 winning weeks, you should win it.
Yeah, 3 was the leader last year. 2 people had 3 last year.
Yeah.
So I'm my goal is obviously if you want to be in the money there, it's 3 perfect weeks, you can win it.
And TJ says books respect those more who don't withdraw. They don't care if you have 100K. They care if you beat the closing lines. That is information from a professional gambler. Let's roll. Kansas City Royals 74-72, 34-37 on the road. The Cleveland Guardians 74-71, 37-34 at home. Progressive Field in Cleveland, Ohio. These teams can't hit. Now, Royals are hitting 257, 66 OPS against righties. I don't see it. I'm cashing unders on them nonstop. I don't see it. We have Stephen Kolek. It's too bad the Spooner's gone because he was high on him when he was a Rule 5 pickup for the Padres. Now over with the Royals. 5-5, 3.88 ERA, 1.24 whip. Gone 92 and a third. 63 Ks. Doesn't have the big strikeout numbers. That's why he's sort of being passed around a bit. But he's looked very good in 2 games with the Royals. He's looked good this year. 7 innings, 6 hits, 2 earned runs, 4 Ks, 1 walk, and 11-2 win at home over the Twins. His road stats are with different teams, but the road is the road, and he's been excellent on the road. 10 starts. He's allowed just 16 earned runs. That's over 59 and 2/3. He's been very good. And JM says Kolek looked very good in KC. Going up against Gavin Williams, who we've all been high on this year. 10-5, 3.17 ERA, 1.29 whip. Coming off a beauty performance in Tampa. And that was a tricky place to pitch. I believe it was pitchers with very low numbers, and I expected an over. Dude, or was that? Oh, God, now I'm tripping out. Maybe this was the under at night. So many games with betting. At home, he's had 14 starts. He's only allowed 25 earned runs. These are quality pitchers. But Gavin Williams does have an issue. That issue is right-handed bats. Right-handed bats hit him hard. So if he goes up against a team like the Angels, it's a bad situation. If he goes up against a team like the Yankees or the Nationals, it's a good situation. Here he's going up against the Kansas City Royals, and it is a good situation. Lefties are hitting 47, 555 against him. He's got Yastrzemski, Pasquantino, Frazier, Caglione, and Isbell. So he's got possibly 5 lefties. It would be a mistake if the Royals roll that lineup out, but this should be a good lineup for him. And both bullpens are pitching well. Royals bullpen's been the best in baseball over the last 30 days. Let's take a look at the weather here for our next look. 70 Fahrenheit, feels like 71, 5.5 miles per hour in, dice down at 3.8 miles per hour in. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We have the Guardians are at minus 135. The line has not moved towards them at all. Kansas City open up plus 124. Kansas City is plus 124. Unfortunately, we're going for the push now in Pittsburgh, Baltimore. It's just not how I was hoping to start the day. When we get to the total, it's a 7.5. That's exactly where I thought it would be and should be. It did open up at 8. You could have betted at 8. And it's a 7.5 right now. Again, I cashed with this yesterday. The under, with weaker pitchers on the mound. When we get to the cash flow for the spot, you have 95% of tickets on the under. 95. Now, look, I know these aren't household names, but 95% of tickets and 89% of cash on the under. Is this enough of movement?
Not for me. I mean, that'd be over or nothing for me personally. And it feels square.
Yeah, but Kolek isn't a household name. But I think that's fair. Take it away, my friend.
Yeah, I'd only bet over in that total wise. It's just a little frustrating or a little like just you watch the Royals and the Guardians hit, you'll be like, these are the 2 worst hitting teams in baseball. How is there anyone bet worse? I mean, if you look at any time split you want to try to find here, Royals against righties, or I should say Guardians against righties to start here. Cleveland 22nd, 83 weighted runs created plus, which is an improvement for them, which is kind of funny. And the Royals here against righties, same time split, 28th, 76. It's just, disgusting to try to bet on an over on these teams. I didn't want to bet it. Everyone betting the Royals as well on the side. You mentioned Jimmy's 55% of the bets, 71% of the money on the Royals. I guess it's not everyone, but more bets and money on them. So the line really hasn't moved. Has kept me off. I could only bet Guardians and the over and just kind of contrarian market kind of plays, but nothing here for me.
I think you're right. I think we keep seeing a lack of offense. Can you break down the bullpen situation for these two teams? Is there any exhaustion?
Yes. Let me tell you right now, and I want to refresh real quick just in case. So Estevez 15 pitches and Lucas Ursig 26 pitches. They, I don't want to say that they're for sure both available here today. They hadn't thrown in 4 days prior. So I wouldn't be shocked if they came back out here, but I don't think Ursig is available. I would lean more towards yes for Estevez. Angel Zerpa and Jonathan Bolin, 22 and 36, not going to be available. Sam Long, 14, he should be fine. And our guy Lewinder, 31 pitches, he got the win, probably available if need be, but don't think so. As for the Cleveland Guardians here, Cade Smith didn't throw, but the rest of the bullpen did. Hunter Gaddis, 7. He's available. Eric Zabrowski, 14. Matt Festa, 14. Tim Herron, 11 pitches. And in those 11 pitches, he got the loss and the blown save. Jakob Yunis, 19. Everyone should be available, but on the second half of back-to-backs. So I think Cade Smith, will be the main guy you're looking for, but even he hasn't been closing ball games well. So, yeah.
Yeah, this is just too much on the under. There's too much on the under. There's not enough movement on it. And I guess I'm going to have to stay away, unfortunately. This is a huge one of the worst feelings. And we talk about all the different shitty feelings, but it's when you're hoping for a push.
It's gross.
Ugh, please let me push this. Oh, God. It's a 1-0 count right now. 1-1 count. Oviedo looks good. Very, very, very frustrating not catching. There be no barrels.
Yeah, I haven't watched the game. Has it just been dinky doos, as you were saying?
Ticky tack bullshit. That first inning was all ticky tack garbage. All right, that was a beautiful pitch, gorgeous pitch. Okay, we got a 1-2 count. Let's take the push, be down a unit, and figure out how to send Kong a birthday present and apologize. Fucking sucks. God, I mean, it's funny, and Pete talks about it all the time. It's okay if I lose my shit. That's fine. It happens. You deal with it. But that's how you start your friend's birthday. Ugh.
Yeah.
All right, Viper leaning towards Cleveland here. Oh, Nasty Nate has that. Okay, let's get this strikeout for you, Nasty Nate. Okay, Oviedo looks good, but it's Gunnar Henderson who's a problem. But you got to pitcher count, shut him down, and we're out. Okay. Nate cashed anyone who's on the first 5 under cashed. We pushed the Pirates first 5, but I still
nice.
Oh, my friend Kong. All right, let's roll on. 7:15 p.m. Eastern. The New York Mets 76 and 70, 31 and 43 on the road at the Philadelphia Phillies 86 and 60, 48 and 23 at home. We're at Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Trash.
This is a new lease on life. You have a second opportunity at this birthday pick.
No, that's reaching. That's it. What am I going to give him 2 fucking losers? No,
well,
I think I got to think something else. I got to do something else.
Some would say that's not a loser. That's a push.
Well, it appeals to me.
So some would say that. That's all I'm saying.
If you would say that,
I wouldn't. I would indeed. This would be a second bite at the apple for me. But I'm not giving him the pick here. I didn't give him the first one. I should say I give him a one.
You're lucky you didn't start the day by handing your friend a fucking loser.
Yeah, because you know me, I would have been on the Pirates with you.
Yeah, well, that was no harm, no foul. It was the first 3 under if you're watching this game, no barrels that should have cashed, but we have a total at 8.5 here. It opened up plus 101 to the over, and then there was a pretty big move around 2 a.m. towards
If
the
we
under.
need some convincing, Jimmy, Nasty Nate said he'd tail a second birthday pick. So
Okay.
there's a little coercion there.
I hate this feeling. It's
When you
okay
said,
to let yourself down.
of
you know?
course,
That's
when you
the
said $500 units, by the way, my hand started sweating.
that is the goal. Wine Time's there now, and that's American. So I would need to be, if I wanted to mess like Wine Time, I'd have to have like $682 units. Okay, let's roll. I guess I can't. When I say that out loud, I'm like, oh my god, that means that your MLB unit's not even okay. I didn't want to talk about it. Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Let's get into the weather here for this one. 76 Fahrenheit, 4 miles per hour in, dies down to 2.4 miles per hour in. Let's get over to Ballpark Pal, see what their expectation here is. And it's the most offensive ballpark today, but it's just plus 5% runs, plus 5% homers, plus 11% doubles and triples, and minus 3% singles. Getting into line history, we have an 8.5. It's moved back and forth and legitimately like moved 10 cents one way, 10 cents to the next, over, under. Overall, though, we've had 10 cents of movement towards the over. But there have been times, so the over 8.5 has been up minus 116 to the over. The under 8.5 has got up to, I guess the under 8.5 never really got up too high. Oh, yes, it did. The guy was minus 116 to the under. So we've seen both sides here. Let's get into the money line from a money line standpoint. We have the Luzardo-led Phillies at minus 121, open up minus 145. So this is a very peculiar market. First off, it's peculiar because David Peterson's been trash for a bit and trash on the road. And I'm a big Peterson fan. I told you guys 2 months ago, I was like, something's up, and we saw it. And then the other issue for me is that Luzardo just went back to Miami, and that was important to him, and he shoved. And now, the Phillies are set. So I find it a trickier look. You also have a Mets team that's raking lefties, 299, 899. You know that last start meant so much to Luzardo. Does this start? I mean, probably it means something, but nothing like the last one meant. You have a Mets bullpen that's trash, 5.73. 5.73 ERA last 30 days, and the Phillies bullpen's been struggling as well. So that's the situation. That is the situation. Both lefties have those regular splits, and both teams are hitting lefties. Let's see what Brandon has to say. Brandon says Luzardo will aim to add to the Mets' misery. He's given up just 2 runs, 7 hits, and 12 2/3 over his past 2 starts, including a 4-2 win over Miami. So let's get into the cash flow here. We've seen the line history. So we have 53% of the tickets and 61% of cash on the Mets. That's surprising. 56% of tickets on the under and 72% cash on that over. Jose Buquet, Mets, Phillies, take it away.
Yeah, kind of surprisingly short line, but did you find something?
Sorry, this is Ron Crawford's spreadsheet play of the day. It is your Philadelphia Phillies. So shout out to our guy, Mr. Ron Crawford. Take it away, Jose Manuel.
Yeah, shockingly, well, not really shockingly, but a low line here, especially compared to like what Ranger and Sanchez got earlier in the week, I guess, in the series. I've stayed off this game too, but it does feel like a Mets spot. But I've kind of gone back and forth of whether I want to fade Luzardo because he's seemingly the weak link in this rotation, which I kind of don't believe. I still think he's a good pitcher. There's about 50-50 cash or tickets, 61% of the money on the Mets. Line's not moved. I just don't think there's like enough money or tickets to move the line. So I've stayed off. I'll sit in the sideline. There's no real like market indicators. It's interesting that there's at least 72% of the money on the over, and there's 56% of the money of the bets on the under. So if I had to bet anything in this game, I'd probably follow the seemingly sharp action on the over because, like you said, Peterson hasn't pitched well. Luzardo has allegedly been the weak link. I say that because he's been getting line like it at least. So I lean over here again, but it just, I haven't got there. I don't bet many overs. I'm trying not to, at least.
I think that the over makes sense.
Oh, White Sox up 2-0 apparently. Nice.
Yeah, of course. The market, man. It's just, I mean, I would. So here's an example, Tommy. If I didn't look at the market, I was going to be on the Rays. That's just an example. Now I didn't flip, which is what I need to start getting towards. But I looked at the lineup that the Rays are able to produce with all the left-handed bats that goes up against Shane Smith's issues. And then I didn't put enough into Shane Smith at home. I thought that this was a lineup that could hurt him. If we didn't touch the market, I'd be on the Rays and I'd be down 2-0. So it's just an example. But again, so here
by the way, I guess it didn't refresh my odds sheet here, and I just see the line moving from -145, -120 now. Wow. Yeah, that's interesting. That's that penny, and BOL I saw -130, but they opened up at, I'm looking at the wrong game. I'm looking at -140 there to -122. Interesting.
So I think, okay, so here is why I think this line's moving to the Mets. It's because the Mets have to win. The pressure's on them to win. They have to win. The Phillies are coasting. And I don't know if that's enough for me. But I do think that the over is live. I think the over is live.
Yeah, I agree.
And I do though. I do like it when we haven't seen overs. Yesterday 14 runs were scored. We know what these teams are doing with their sticks. You would expect them to. The first game, 1 run was scored. In the last 2 games, 26 runs have been scored. That never works for me. It just never works for me. I'm going to stay off of it. I don't pay attention to what happened yesterday to treat each individual game as its own entity. But here, we've seen so many runs. I'll take another look at it afterwards, but it's just historically this doesn't pose well for me. We're getting almost half an hour away from that Jays game, and I want to move on it here. There's our guy Kong's clips in the house. I let him down. Stings. Fucking stings, man. The great Kong's clips on his birthday. Jesus. I mean, and it's this man is not pleased with me. TJ says, join me and Maddie on the Jays. I'd like to. It's just, I think the biggest advantage still, and I'm going to, is the Gossman over Javier. The problem is that lineup's just not very strong. Ron Crawford says Philly 40-19 as a home fave. Yeah, look, I get it. I get it from an X's and O's standpoint, Ron. Here's another spot, right, for you, Tommy. I would be on Philadelphia if it wasn't for studying the line move and the market and all that. Let's roll on. 9:40 p.m. Eastern, the LA Angels 69-77, 32-39 on the road. At the Seattle Mariners 77-68, 43-27 at home at T-Mobile Park in Seattle, Washington. Jose Soriano. Now, we broke him down heavy yesterday. We went through all the games where he's being torched. He always comes back and delivers. And he got lit up in smoke last start. Pretty easy to expect him to deliver here against the team that might be tired in the Seattle Mariners. I don't know why Bryce Miller is being so bad. But he had a better start at the Braves last out. He's been getting destroyed at home. His splits are bad. It's strange. The Angels are not hitting 205, 642 OPS. I don't see why this wouldn't be a great opportunity for Bryce Miller to deliver. Now, righties do hit him harder than lefties, and we know this is a lineup full of righties. The Mariners are hitting 232, 735 OPS against righties last 30 days. Angels bullpen 5.15 ERA, Mariners bullpen 4.20 ERA. So that is the situation in front of us. Let's take a look at the weather in Seattle. We have 71 Fahrenheit. Feels like 74. 1.9 miles per hour to right field. Gets up to 2.8 miles per hour. Beautiful day for baseball. Ballpark Pal has T-Mobile minus 4% overall, plus 3% homers, minus 11% doubles and triples, and minus 3% singles. And let's get into the line history here for this one. We have the Seattle Mariners and Bryce Miller at minus 145. They opened up minus 166, a big move towards the Angels. And when we get to the total here in this one, we have a 7.5 that's juiced to the over. This opened up at 8, juiced to the under. It's gone back and forth, down and up and back down. That doesn't concern me, that it's not moving to the under. If you look at the body of work of these pitchers, it's not good. Soriano's being good at times, but his ERA is over 4. This fits the LJ over situation with starting pitching. So that appeals to me. The under appeals to me. That appeals to me quite a lot. So I'm interested in the under. We'll see if the cash flow gets me off of it. We've seen this real legit line move towards the Angels. And when we get into the cash flow, we see 66% of tickets and 85% of cash on the Angels. 70% of tickets on the under, 90% of that cash on the under. That's a lot of money on the under for it really not to be moving. And you can't trust these bullpens at all. So why would I bother, with now you could say these teams are exhausted, but with the late, long game for the Mariners last night, but I don't see why I wouldn't just focus on the first 3. Jose Bouquet, take it away.
You're thinking first 3 under here? How juiced is that?
That's a very good question.
Like my guess would be minus 145, but you look at these more, so I
would like that. My guess is going to be minus 135 because look at the numbers from Bryce Miller. They're not good. If it is minus 145,
TJ also thinks minus 142.
If it's minus 140 or higher, I will definitely bet it. If it's just minus 130, I'll be concerned. So let's see. It's minus 125. I mean, look at Bryce Miller's stats. That's so. I mean, it should be way more expensive. Jose, take it away.
Yeah, I like Soriano, like you guys mentioned, pretty predictable. So, obviously trust your caps there. Bryce Miller, I think, is a playoff pitcher that will be a quality arm. I mean, I'll be fascinated to see what the Mariners do. Like, 3-game series in the wild card. Who are they going to throw? Kirby, Wu. Is Castillo going to make it? Like we've talked about. Is Bryce Miller relegated to bullpen arm? There's a lot of interesting decisions when they come to there, but they've got to make it there first. So, would I be surprised at all if they lost this game? Honestly, no. I wouldn't at all. So, shout to Spoons. I know he's on the Angels. TJ's mentioning that he's close to the TJ special here. Which I could see as well. And Brandon Cummings dropping a good note there saying that Soriano is 2-0 with a 2.76 ERA, 9 of career appearances, 4 starts against the Seattle Mariners there. So it'd be Mariners or nothing for me just because I think they could lose this game. It'd be Angels or nothing. I think that the Mariners could lose this game very easily.
Yeah, no, I get it. I do think this is a nice buy low spot on Bryce Miller. And I think the Angels' bats are ridiculously weak. And the Mariners are in playoff mode. I don't want to get involved. 90% of cash on the under and not moving towards the under. That first 3 should be more expensive. If I had a free bet, I'd be on the first 3 under 2.5. And if I had a free bet, I'd be on the under. But this didn't work out the way I was hoping it would. So, Jose, can you set up our next spot, Rockies, Padres? Because I guess I still haven't figured out how I'm going to bet the Jays here. I think I have to focus on strictly Javier. I would say that the bullpen advantage that the Jays have over the last 30 days is negated without having Kirk and Bichette in the lineup. You look at these two lineups, you're like, the Astros have a better lineup. The opening line is extremely telling. I agree with that. And I'm close to deciding here. I got to see if I can get Penny up. So, you know what? I'll try and figure this out while Jose is breaking down our final game on the board. 9:40 p.m. Eastern. The Colorado Rockies 40 and 105, 17 and 53 on the road at the San Diego Padres 79-66, 44 and 26 at home at Petco Park in San Diego, California. Let's get into the weather in San Diego. 72 Fahrenheit. Feels like 73. 7.4 miles per hour left to right. Slightly in. Dies down at 5.1 miles per hour. We have Ballpark Pal telling us that Petco Park's minus 9% overall. It's minus 4% homers, minus 3% doubles and triples, and minus 8% singles. Get into the line history here. You know, when this happens for me, when I don't have as much action as I was expecting, I'm okay with that on a Thursday. Just turn the page, cap Friday, start capping Friday as soon as I finish this show. Don't have to sit here and send in 20 bets. 8.5 is our total. It opened up at 8.5 minus 110 to the over. It's 8.5 minus 111 to the over. You know, I think that's a low number. I know that we're dealing with the Marine layer in San Diego, but that's a really low number. We have the Padres at minus 244. This line was moving towards the Rockies until, last hour. And then from a cash flow standpoint here, we have 66% of the tickets on the sorry, that's the wrong one. Sorry about that. We have 89% of the tickets in cash, both on the Padres, 53% of tickets on the over, 60% of cash on the under. You have to think that this is, with how bad McCade Brown has looked, that it's got to be sharp money here on the under. I mean, Vasquez has decent numbers, but he's terrible. So the Rockies aren't hitting righties. The Padres are 265, 753 OPS. Rockies bullpen 4.59 ERA over the last 30 days. Padres bullpen 3.48. I'm gonna pull up McCade Brown's baseball reference. Take it away for us here, Jose.
Yeah, I think there's a pretty high total for what Petco Park usually gets. We see 7.5s there a lot. What does Ballpark Pal have to say about this game? Sorry, I'm
minus 9%.
Yeah, so that's interesting. I mean, it's not a very offensive friendly ballpark, and still here we have an 8.5 here. So I do kind of lean over, but I tend to think that number is more of a product of Randy Vasquez and McCade Brown than anything else. Maybe just a little reputation of anything. And I'm not running to the window to back old Randy Vasquez here either. So I think I'm staying off as of now. And I'll be fascinated to see what McCade Brown can do. This is his fourth start. 1 1/3, 6 earned runs against the Padres last time out. I tend to believe it's a zigzag theory. So maybe I lean towards an under, but it's a tough lineup, and maybe that first start was more Coors than anything. So I stayed up.
McCade Brown, 3rd round pick in the 2021 draft out of Indiana. This year he's done the whole trip. Started in high A, went to double A, then to triple A. He's pitched a lot of innings, actually. Wow. He's pitched a lot of innings. Huh. Wow, he's at like 132 or something innings. That's a lot. He had 9 starts in high A, and he was incredible. 33 2/3, struck out 48, did walk too many batters. So then he went up to double A, and he was very, very good. 3.14 ERA, 1.07 whip. Got his walks down, quite a bit. Then he went up to, so that was 11 starts there. Then he went up to AAA. And 20 starts, he was excellent. I mean, he's just been so. I mean, he's the minor league pitcher of the year without a doubt for this organization. Yeah, I think that he can do this, but the Padres are hitting. But this is a run suppressing weather conditions. I'm going to be very interested in an under here. It would be a full game under, but I'm very interested in the full game under here. So I've got to make a decision on the Toronto Blue Jays, Jose. I have some interest in the over in Mets Phillies, but 2 games with all those runs, it doesn't really appeal to me. And then it looks like the Jays are going to be my only chance to kind of take care of things. So let's see what Brandon says. McCade Brown on Thursday took the loss against Vasquez on Saturday night. Let's go back to that game. Yeah, he just got destroyed. The 1 2/3, 6 earned runs. And
this will be a very good test for the zigzag theory. I know he's a young pitcher, but
yeah, but that makes me uncomfortable with Vasquez because he's so hittable. And now you got to see him once. But you go from that, very offensive conditions to more defensive. Yeah, that does concern me a little bit.
The Rockies obviously as well, but everyone should know that about
I don't like betting into these spots here, so all right, that I don't know if I get to that under, even though if I had a free bet I would. Bets for TJ, Jays -1, -103, Angels first 5 plus a half, and Pittsburgh first 5 money line was a push. And Vincent Hawkins says Brown will shove. I like that angle, Vincent. Take it away here for us, Jose Bouquet. Tell us your MLB action.
Yeah, in review here, only 3 plays for me today, but I like them all, at least. They're all in shitty teams and an over. White Sox money line +111. That's working right now. Miami Marlins money line -112. The over in Toronto, Houston 8.5 -107 there. Maybe it's bait. Maybe it's low, whatever. But I think that both these guys can go 5 innings, 3-4 earned runs, and then we can get some bullpen help. So we'll see. But those are my 3 plays.
All right, Penny's back, which is good. Black Thor King saying that the prop for Javier 14.5 says, does he go over? It's a weaker Jays lineup, but we've only seen him throw 2 innings on the road. Okay, I'm going to make my decision here, Jose. I am going to move on the Jays first 5 -0.5. And I understand that the full game I'm not doubling up. Maybe if it wasn't a travel day, I would, but I'm just going to focus here on what I trust the most, and that's that Gossman pitching better than Javier. So I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to lock this in. Jose, my friend, why don't we set up? Why don't you introduce and bring our next guest on college football and introduce him while I'm getting this action in?
Yeah, sure. Good luck to everyone with your baseball bets. Hopefully we get that money today. And shout out to you guys. But let's bring him on here. The pride of Texas Tech. I bet you he wishes he would have went to Tech now, because if he went to Tech now, he'd be rolling in the dough, because Texas Tech be paying people now. I forget what their billionaire guy is, but he paid for a whole football program. And he could have paid for our next guest to go pitch for them. Our Friday starter, G1, as he's called around these parts. It's Mr. Daby Cab in the building. G1, my man, nice to see you.
The fuck does G1 mean?
Game 1. You're the game 1 guy, G1.
Means you just got your driver's license.
I've never, listen, in all my years of baseball, I've never heard G1.
Yeah, I'd love to be called G1.
I know what game 1 is, but nobody goes around saying, "Hey, G1 starter." No, there's like an ace. You got an ace on the team.
Yeah, that's just G1 right there.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, you are right though. It would have been nice to play when they were paying college players. I just missed that by a couple of years. Sucks.
Oh,
yeah, so did I. Fuck. Damn it.
It's so unfair. It's so unfair.
Sucks, man.
I had a chance.
Now, let me be honest though. Like, I got a lot of money, but it's different. Like, they handed you per diem check every time you stepped off the bus, like $350 cash, like in a little.
And that was blown at the bars.
Do what?
That was blown at the bars.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's not like they taught me how to save it, so it's not like they really gave me any money. They just gave me money to spend. So,
well, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. I'm jealous of these children. I had my shot to go D1 and they just said no mas, The coaches were like, I don't need to see this anymore. And I said, you know what? Fair enough. But I obviously this is our guy G1 here, and I'm excited to hear your college football action, because if you're coming on for one game, you must feel real confident about it.
And we've talked about this game a little bit, but don't leave yet. We're not going to excuse me, we're not going to set up just 1 second. So stay on for about 20 more seconds so I can have
Of course.
We can talk about how UTSA sucks.
Suck my fucking balls. How about that?
Whoa.
Fuck
That's a
that.
little aggressive.
They do suck. It's disappointing. You want to hear about my Saturday, Cab? This will tickle you.
No, not especially not now.
Sounds like someone hasn't had his balls sucked in a long time, doesn't it?
Right?
Yeah. Couldn't tell you the last time, but I obviously went to the game. I went to the tailgate at 10 a.m. I got my womb just infected, polluted. My lips were hanging out. I said, all right, I need to go to this game. I'm only gonna go half though, because I have a baseball game to go to for Helga's dad. It's his birthday. I need to keep my shit together. I get to through half the game. I walk into my car. It's about a mile walk. I throw up in the parking lot. I'm like, oh great, here we go. I sober up. I drive home. I throw up when I get home. I'm like, oh God, here we go. And I'm like, Helga, it's fine. Helga, I'm gonna make it. I can make it to this game. We're going up on one of these big highway ramps. I tell Helga, you better pull over. She can't. I roll down the window. I throw up in the car again there. I throw up on the car probably behind me too. So shout out to that.
You're like, fuck you and Nate fucking pull over so I can throw up. You remind me of Nate when I was down at fucking Pubapalooza. You fucking.
Hey, but at least that's nice of them. Respect. Like some people just puke in your car.
I mean,
Yeah,
that's true.
right.
I mean,
Well, if it makes you feel better, when I got to the stadium, I promptly threw up in the parking lot, and then I decided, you know what, maybe I shouldn't go to this game. And then I got my father to pick me up, and I threw up in his car on the way home.
you went all the way to the game and then decided not to go.
Yeah. I went to the game, and I was like, I can't do this. I cannot go to this game right now with my ussy being this polluted.
Your dad must have been so proud, just shining.
Yeah, he was like, "What the hell?" He was laughing. Admitted.
Jose's like, "Dad, I didn't want to drink and drive." He's like, "Son, they have fucking Ubers. Don't call me again like that."
Yeah, I looked at the Uber. Trust me, I was like, $40. I'm not paying this. Kidding me? And then I obviously would have thrown up in the Uber, and then that charge would have been great. So.
Oh, that is a beautiful story.
Thank you. Yeah, a tremendous tale of woe, as some would say. But I woke up Sunday morning ready to go. I was fine. I got it all out of my system.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you did.
It was a great time. There's the summary of the day. Do not let me have alcohol.
He had 2 beatboxes, by the way, guys. Or whatever those things are called.
All right. Daby Cab, thank you for joining us. We have a monstrous football game that we have been discussing for the week, but we haven't had the full official breakdown. On our Monday night live stream for NFL football, we had the Big Ragu implore us to bet South Carolina.
Did he really?
He implored us to bet South Carolina. Don't believe in the hype. Don't believe in this line move. Trust South Carolina. They're going to beat up on Vanderbilt. The great Big Ragu said that. Since he said that, this line has continued to move in Vanderbilt's direction. We had Ian Cameron of the Hitting the Books YouTube channel give us Vanderbilt, which was still available. Now, it's hard to find, but it was still available at +5 at -110. The weather is gorgeous on Saturday night. A little bit of wind, but beautiful, beautiful weather. Let's get into the line history because it's hard to find the 5. Hard to find a 4.5. This is moving briskly towards Vanderbilt Commodores. Let's take a look at the line history right now.
You got 48 anywhere on the total?
Sorry, my man?
You got a 48 anywhere on the total?
Well, I'll get into that right after this. This opened up at 5.5. It's now a 3.5. That last move, this was a 5.5 until last night. This moved to 3.5 45 minutes ago. Let's get into the total here. Daby Cab looking at moving on this total. Let's take a look at it. This total is sitting right now at 49. There are some books that are juiced to the over on the 49. This moved to 49 last night at 6 p.m. and it stayed there. This has moved since it moved to 49. There's just been a 2-cent move towards the under. So we have a 2-cent move towards the over. Let's get into the cash flow information for a big one on Saturday night. Everybody talking about this game right now. The upstart Commodores have been rarely talked about, but they're being talked about now because of their quarterback, Pavia, playing at a very elite level. We have, from a cash flow perspective, the question was, is this a public dog here in Vanderbilt? Sorry, let me get this here. This one is at, sorry, here we go. Is this a public dog? What the hell? What is wrong with me? Here we go. 74% of the tickets are on Vanderbilt and 95% of the cash. Good God. At what point, Daby Cab, do we say, well, the public's going to lose their shirt on a public dog, a public road dog? At what point do we say that?
I've had so many, now that you gave me Ragu and Ian, Bobano, now that you told me we're there and they're both on opposite sides. Shout out to Dutch. He's been successful early on in college football. He's on Vanderbilt. My pops, I always talk about him sending me bets. He's on South Carolina. So it is just like, a lot of times you got maybe all the cappers on one side and the public on the other or something like that. But this is as split as capper wise as I've seen.
The second half of the Virginia Tech Vanderbilt game was mind-blowing. The Commodores completely took over that game on the road in a tough situation. And what have we seen from South Carolina? Not very much, but your third home game in a row to start the year is a spectacular time to show out. I'm telling you, Cab, now that we're down to a 3.5, I don't know what to focus on the most. That the books are concerned moving the number, or that 95% of the cash is on the Commodores. Take it away. A big one. Vanderbilt, South Carolina.
It's already down to 3.5. That's wild. That really makes me want to bet South Carolina. But you said it, at least the books are moving the fact that 95% of the cash, they're showing concern, right? So this is, it's so interesting on the line movement. I'll talk about the teams for a little bit, then I'll talk about why I'm interested in this total. And I actually bet it earlier, Jimmy. I got a 48. Now, I had to double check my fucking book and make sure I wasn't tripping and bet something I didn't see. This morning, I bet it at 48. But this is an offshore book, and I'll pull it up and see if it's also moved here. So that's why I was asking. That's wild. Now, I did lay minus 118 for that 48, so it's a little juice. But anyways, so Vanderbilt, obviously Diego Pavia coming back. We all know him. They were a public dog last year. People loved betting on them last year because they were usually an underdog, and they found a way to cover. And Pavia was a lot of that reason why they covered. But he's not the only person that came back, right? You've got a lot of returning players here for Vanderbilt. This is one of those teams that brought, you're starting your best receivers back, your running backs back. And Cedric Alexander in the backfield, 156 rushing yards, 2 touchdowns early on. He was just lighting Virginia Tech up. And I think one of the easy things to look at is to say, okay, both of these teams played Virginia Tech, and let's look at the result, right? South Carolina played Virginia Tech at home, struggled. They covered the spread. We broke that one down. I ended up betting South Carolina on the tailgate. But it was not easy. It was not an easy cover. Virginia Tech was in that game all the way. And then you said Vanderbilt came out and just slapped ass in the second half. And that was, on the road. But I want to make sure we don't make that mistake of just saying, okay, look, they played the same team and this is what happened, because this is a completely different matchup right here. We saw last year a lot of the similarities with Pavia, Sellers. A lot of these players were here in this same situation, and South Carolina was on the road at Vanderbilt last year, and they completely shut Vanderbilt down. If you look into the numbers for this game, I think a lot of stuff that you can look towards would support taking an under, and I can see why. But I took that over 48 this morning, and I can support a 48.5. 49's getting up there, and I don't mind for show taking a 48.5. Really, at the end of the day, winning our bets is what is so important. But here's what I think. Both of these quarterbacks find a way to get in the end zone. I do think that this game is close in the third, fourth quarter. And I think in that fourth quarter, whoever takes the lead, whoever gets ahead is going to hit us that over. Because I think Pavia, Sellers, and both of these offenses are going to find ways in the end zone. I don't think it's going to be a pretty over. I don't think it's going to be like the Kansas Missouri one that I took last week that hit, basically by halftime. It hit in the third quarter, but you knew we were going to hit it at halftime, right? I don't think it's going to be that, but I do not think this plays out 28-7 or 21-17. Last year's game was 28-7. That's why I said that. I think we got like a 21-21 type game down to the wire, a close game that South Carolina pulls out at home at the end of this football game off brute strength. Now, Pavia, he's one of those people with this Vanderbilt offense, what you're going to get, right? It's a triple option, but I don't want you to think Army or Service Academy triple option because they don't have the playmakers downfield. I'm not saying Vanderbilt is some super elite talent downfield, but they have the ability to really open up this triple option. Think more along the lines of like Coastal Carolina and Grayson McCall back in the years when they were actually, making a push. Think more like that. Vanderbilt has so many people in motion, so many moving pieces that regardless of what South Carolina does, I don't see them shutting down Vanderbilt completely. So I think we get points both ways. I'm over, Jimmy. I'm going over with this game. And at 3.5, I'm on South Carolina. Probably going to bet it, but that's tough because at 5.5, I wanted no part of it. So I don't know if I really want to bet that 3.5.
There are, there are threes available.
That is wild to me.
But they're minus 125 is the best available price I can find. And it's not there everywhere. I'm looking at a 3 at minus 142 right here, a 365, but it's minus 125 over at Pinnacle. I can get you that 48 at minus 122. I found that 122 where you play poker.
4 cents more than, okay. Cool.
So give you the exact number that you got, that you bet. I think that I'm going to move on South Carolina minus 3 after the show. I'm just curious, could this keep moving?
What's crazy is Dutch and I were talking about this game earlier today, and I was like, well, if it gets under a 3, man, I gotta bet South Carolina. And he's like, yeah, I wouldn't have bet Vanderbilt under a 3. Like he said the same thing. Look, we saw Auburn Stadium and how electric it was and all that this weekend, guys. South Carolina, this game is not even right at 6:30 or 7:30 Eastern. It's like 7:45. By halftime, the sun's going to be down. The lights are going to be on. This place is going to be absolutely on fucking fire. I'm not saying Vanderbilt can't handle it. Pavia, if anybody can, it would be him. But this home field advantage. So what they're saying, it's a pick 'em at this point, Jimmy. That's what they're saying, right?
At the 3.5.
At the 3, they're saying it's
no.
If it gets to a 3, because what you always say 3 points for home field
in college. Sure, that's basically what they're saying.
South Carolina is a better football team. They are a better football team. I like Shane Beamer. I think at under a 3 or a 3, you got to bet South Carolina.
There was only 1 point, and this was on Tuesday afternoon, that there was any buyback on South Carolina. So there had been 15-cent move or so at the 5.5, and then there was legit buyback on Tuesday at 4:20 p.m. Shout out to all our smokers in the chat. There was buyback, and then from that point on, there's been no buyback. So I'm talking 4:20 on Tuesday, September 9th. It went from minus 5.5. This is I'll take you through. How about this? I'll take you through Vanderbilt. They went from plus 5.5 to minus 106, minus 107, minus 109, minus 110, minus 116, minus 118, and then the 4. 4 comes yesterday. It's a flat 4. And then today at 2:07 p.m., that 4 goes up to minus 115. And then today, that was today. That was at 2:07 p.m. Then 2 minutes later, it goes even further. So that's wild. They move it. This sharp book at 2:07 p.m. moves it to 4. juice to Vanderbilt. And then 2 minutes later, they move it to 3.5. If you want South Carolina at minus 3.5 right now, it's minus 103, almost no vig. And if you want the minus 3 here at this book right now, it's minus 125.
I think South Carolina is a better football team. I think that 5.5 is a stretch. I think Vanderbilt has been an outstanding dog. I think Diego Pavia and the way that this offense is going to, keep South Carolina's defense off balance, they're going to be in the football game. I do think they're in the football game, but I think South Carolina wins it. So you get down to the 3, Jimmy, I'm South Carolina, but at the 5.5, I'm Vanderbilt. So it's tough. What I think is there's points, and I think everything, if you look at the numbers, honestly, and I usually don't do this. If you look at the numbers, everything probably would lead you towards an under in this game. But I simply trust both of these quarterbacks and offenses to find a way to get into the end zone, even if it's ugly. And I think that we get up over this total.
Well, I think I'm going to pay for the 3. I think that there's got to be buyback, especially when, you hear DC Capper, you hear Big Ragu, your Pops. I mean, you hear there's definitely fight back. We just haven't seen it in the market at this point. And this is just too much. But of course, the line is moving, and that must be accounted for. The line is moving towards Vanderbilt. This isn't an NFL spot where you have 70% of the tickets in cash on a dog and the line's just sitting there, not moving. Daby Cab.
This could be making excuses, but let's not forget the fact that, South Carolina kind of went into game 1 blind against Virginia Tech as far as like film and like knowing what because their offense had changes. Like they went in a little blind, whereas Vanderbilt didn't. I mean, I'm not saying South Carolina shouldn't have looked better because they should have, but, preparation's a big thing. And, Diego Pavia said this. They asked him in an interview before the season. They said, what's the one game that you're looking forward to or that you have circled on your calendar? Without like any hesitation, boom, South Carolina. He's like, South Carolina, I want to go get South Carolina. Now there's a flip side of that, Jimmy, because, if South Carolina's coaches are any fucking good, at prepping, they're going to put that on the board for everybody. And they're going to say, hey, look, he wants you. He called you guys out. So, it goes both ways, but this is an exciting football game.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Daby Cab on the over 48 at minus 122. We're going to have more action here on our show tomorrow from Wine Time and Daby Cab. We're going to go through the Friday card. I'm not sure. These are best bets that we've done early in the week, and you saw them. They're cut up from Tuesday. Daby Cab, can you go over your action that you gave out with Peter Loshak on Tuesday? And he gave out the over 48 here at minus 122. What did you move on Tuesday?
Tuesday, I don't typically do parlays, but I liked this one, so I moved on it with him. I took Houston money line and LSU money line. It came out to minus 112 for me, and I told everybody to shop around because I usually get the ass end of the lines with my book. I took A&M plus 7. I don't want to go back into it, but I heard Wine Time yesterday and I had to text him. He said A&M doesn't have receivers, and Jimmy, I know you're on Notre Dame too. Listen, Concepcion is not their only receiver. Mario Craver has been outstanding this year. I mean, he's got double the amount of yards as Concepcion. Not saying he's better, but the transfers from Mississippi State, Craver has been outstanding, and Terry Bussey is the fastest player on the field no matter who they're playing. So I just want to give you a little bit of pushback. Their receiver room is not weak. It's the best receiving room they've had in 15 years, and it's the reason why I'm so excited, because last year they had this many people they could throw the football to. 0. Now they have multiple people. Anyways, I digress. I'm on A&M plus 7. I'm on that money line parlay. I'm on this over, and I will have more action with you in Wine Time tomorrow. So, because I have more bets this weekend.
I love it. There's our guy, Daby Cab, the star of the tailgate. Tell us a little bit about the tailgate on Saturday.
Man, blast on Saturdays. We got a bunch of cappers that come on. Bring you guys best bets. We don't really, go game by game. What we do is go bet by bet. So instead of capping every game, we cap everybody's bets. So you're going to get action from 4 or 5 different cappers. We like to highlight the chat's action. And it's a rapid pace, guys. We start, it's hour and a half goes by in the blink of an eye. And before you know it, it's kickoff time. So we get your bets in right before. Hope you guys can tune in Saturday. Jimmy, thanks for having me up here with you. Jose, good stuff backstage. I love you guys in the chat, man. And I will see y'all tomorrow and then again Saturday on the tailgate. Let's get ready.
Love it. I love it. There's our guy, the Magic Man, Dabra Cadabra in the house. It is time to move on to the WNBA. the WNBA, and we have just the cappers for this final day of the regular season. I'm pumped up about this card, but I am concerned. I moved on 2 bets last night, and I spent a lot of time putting it together, and I thought that I would beat these line moves by a margin. That is not the case. They haven't gone against me. I think what I'm doing today should become very successful, but we have not seen it move in the marketplace, which makes me nervous. This is one of those things that should have moved at this point, because there's teams that care and there's teams that don't care. We are waiting for our guys, Billy Brisbane and Justin Mcelvy, but let's get to work right now on the card. We start at 8 p.m. Eastern, 3 games. We have 3 games at 8 p.m. Eastern. And here's a game that does not matter. The New York Liberty, 26-17, 9-12 on the road. At the Chicago Sky, 10-33, 6-15 at home. The expectation here is that Angel Reese will not be playing. And the other issue here is, of course, that New York doesn't need this game. They are stuck in their spot. But let's go over all of these things, because I am consciously betting the teams that I think very much a need to win. There really is just, well, there's 2, and I'm not betting one of them at this point, even though I can understand it. But there is spots that I want to attack, and this isn't one of them. Although, if you have been fading the Sky with Angel Reese out of the lineup, you're rich. Let's bring on the star of WNBA here on the channel. Also star of the 2-3 zone alongside Ron Crawford and Ramon Scott over at Tony's Picks. Please welcome our guy, Mr. Justin Mcelvy.
Stacks, 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 stacks.
Justin, what's good, man? How are you?
Pretty good. How are you?
I thought we'd show up here, Justin, and we'd see a 2-point move in the direction. And I sent you. How often do I send you WNBA action? 0 times.
It's the first time ever.
because I don't trust my this. I'm not so. I don't look at my first year hitting this publicly and doing a full year. I'm not gonna. But this time, I really felt like I had something. I really felt like I had something. I was sitting outside. I was like, oh, I gotta send this to Justin. So I sent you my action, and I thought we'd come back here. We'd be laughing. We'd be, huge CLV, and that is not the case. So let's go over this. And this first game doesn't apply to what I'm talking about. So let's go over the first spot. Angel Reese did not participate in the shoot around this morning. Anybody who was studying the injury report would have expected her not to be in the lineup. And it doesn't look like she will be. Errol Atkins is out. Haley Van Lith is out. It's ugly. The issue, though, is that this game doesn't matter to the Liberty. And so why would they put the hammer down? Now, last night, I did beat myself up for not being on Atlanta. They needed to win the game to force the Aces to have to win the game. But here, the Liberty are stuck in this seed because the Mercury hold the tiebreaker. So Mercury, it doesn't matter if they lose. And I can't trust the Liberty to really try here, even though this Sky lineup, without Atkins, without Angel Reese, without Van Lith, is the ugliest team I've ever capped in WNBA. And again, I'm just new to capping this and caring about it and investing in it. We have the Liberty right now at minus 14. Now, no, 13.5, excuse me, but it's heavily juiced, so it's like a 14. This opened up here at 12.5, but we know it opened up as low as 9 at some books. They can't put up a number that I would back this guy. They can't do it. So I don't care. But I don't want to be involved. Ron Crawford says the Sky beat them in New York. It's a revenge spot. I'm surprised. I don't. A revenge spot would require one team to care about winning. And I guess Ron is saying the Liberty care about beating this Chicago Sky team, missing 3 of their, well, Van Lith isn't a starter, but, missing important pieces because the Sky beat them on the 21st of August. If this wasn't the last game of the year, I'd be right with you. If this game meant something to Liberty, I'd be right with you. But I don't know. I don't personally, and this is the fun, capping with your friends and your colleagues, is that I don't believe this is a revenge spot. I don't believe Liberty care at all. I think they're not at home. The Chicago Sky have a reason to try. Now, we said that about the Connecticut Sun because it's the last game of the year, and the Connecticut Sun were down 31-13 after the first quarter. Take it away here for us, Justin. And when you're done, I will introduce our next guest who's joining us, of course, from South Jersey. But take it away, Justin. Liberty Sky.
Yeah, I'm not going to touch a spread. I can make an angle for both, but I will make an official play on the under, the best number you could get. I got 157.5 when I bet it. It's been up and down. And how I look at it, like, it seems like the band's still going to be back together in this game for the Liberty, unless they just wait till the last minute and pull everybody out. But what I could count on is the Sky to score like 55 to 60 points without Atkins and Reese. I expect a strong effort from the Liberty to go into the playoffs strong. I expect the Sky to do what they always do and just not score no points without them. I expect this game to be a blowout. I just not confident enough to bet on it, but I'm confident enough that Liberty's going to slow them down. The Sky don't score anyway without those two. We see it all the time. Like they average, not like stat quo, but like they lose by 30 all the time without Atkins and Reese. So they average like 60 points, 61, 64. So last game, I know the Liberty, you don't want to go into the playoffs limping. I'm assuming that's why ain't nobody ruled out unless they get all ruled out like 4 minutes before the game start. But I'm on the under. I love this under. I'm mad that I didn't think about it yesterday when we did the 2-3 zone. But Liberty under 157.5 or whatever better number you
can
get.
Get you that. I can get you the 157.5 minus 110. The sharp books aren't there. The sharp books are 156.5 now, but there's plenty of books at 157.5 for you.
Yeah,
Justin.
I just see this being like a 80-60 type game. Because Liberty is not going to run it up. Eventually they're going to pull their starters. You're not going to sit there and go be up 30, 25, and still have the band back together. Oh, what's that?
Toronto up 1-0.
That's what I'm talking about. I mean,
need that shit.
You got to stop doing that. You made me do that.
Good. This shit means something, man. Let's fuck yeah.
Yeah, I expect the Liberty to play strong. Like, it just seems like they want to go into the playoffs strong. Like, saying, okay, we're not the number 1 seed, but we're still here. And anybody who's been following WNBA know what this Sky team does without Reese and Atkins. I swear, like, I don't know if they've ever touched 70. And then you got this Liberty team last game, like, and the Sky, the whole team, unless the Sky going to try to get up and say, we don't need Angel Reese, like, she talking bad about us, unless they try to get up and have a feel-good story. I don't see how this game sniffs anywhere near 150, 154. So 157, I got my chest out.
And we have Ron on the other side of that total. Ron on the over in this total. Also on the Valkyries and Sparks. We'll discuss that. Now, I'll tell you my feeling, and again, this is a real situation where you can be very wrong. My feeling is that the Liberty don't care. They don't care about there's defending champions. They don't need to come in playing well. They don't need to. They're also on the road. And if they don't sit anybody, it's fine because their starters will play 10 to 15 minutes. So that is my feeling. But let's bring on our next guest, one of the stars of the Locker Room Talk podcast, our number 1 show here on the channel. Please welcome from South Jersey, our guy who also starred in the NFL Pub Hub on Sunday, where Justin Mcelvy will be this week on NFL Pub Hub. Please welcome our guy, Billy Brisbane. Brizzy, what's good, man? How are you?
Feeling good, man.
This is I mean, I don't want to trust the Liberty to try in a spot where they don't care. I don't want to trust the Sky ever, even with Atkins, Reese, and Van Lith in the lineup.
Might be easy team total over.
Oh, is it more than 1-0 now?
I see 2-0 in the chat.
Oh, yes.
Unless they're talking about another game. I see 2-0 in the chat. I can't check the score yet, but
I can check the score. So, Brizzy, take it away. Your plan of attack here for Liberty Sky. It is 2-0 Jays. Look at that. Javier, this should have been a double up spot. But you know what? I'll take it. I'll take one. Just give me one. I'll take one. But I didn't give it out as a birthday pick, like the ass clown.
I doubled up.
Been. Thank you.
I tell Matty Ice, but I laid 1.5, and I took the team total over 4.5.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Oh, and I'm on the over 8.5 too.
Oh, you're in business. Brizzy, take it away, my man. Liberty Sky.
Yeah, last game of the season, not a lot to play for as the Liberty are scheduled to take on the Mercury in the first round on Sunday in Phoenix. So this is kind of like their practice game for Sunday. They had a lot of health problems for majority of the season, but everyone's healthy and active. They're starting to get back in that championship defending mode, bouncing back from some couple losses last week with some double-digit wins. This guy's front office is kind of just a whole complete mess right now. I mean, star player Angel Reese is just starting to fall apart as their season is ending, basically shutting it down for the year. They still keep playing aging vets in their rotation despite being out of the playoff race. It could be a big spot for Camila Cardozo if you can find player props. I would imagine they're going to see if she's the piece that they're actually going to build around in the future. It feels like even with the Liberty having the backups in, they could still cover the spread. With the roster being fully healthy, some of the people that we were capping with, or I should say capping the Liberty at with starters in the lineup as like spot starters, they're now at the back end of the rotation. Like Emma Musselman, she went from playing like 30 minutes a game like a couple weeks ago to playing like 10 to 15. You got Kennedy Burke, who was the starting power forward when Brianna Stewart was out. Now she's playing 20 minutes off the bench. You got Johannes, who had a couple spot starts when Ionescu was out. Now she didn't even eclipse 7 minutes in the last game. So there's a lot of people on the back end of this Liberty roster that we've been excited about, but it just hasn't really came through because of injuries and stuff like that. I think the angle in this game would be first quarter or first half for the Liberty here. I think that they get ahead early and then they kind of have the horses come in the second half, which kind of led me into the other play that I was kind of looking at. Second half unders, or you just slamming second half unders today?
Yeah. You're absolutely right. We'll be able to talk about that on our live stream, but then you'll have to keep an eye on this shit game. So, but it's worth it if you get paid. Anything official for you here in Liberty Sky? Do we roll on, Brizzy?
We roll on here. We're looking at the second half under. Try to monitor. The best thing about today is we'll be live for majority of the day today. So you'll be on the live stream with us tonight. Thursday night football here. We got the Commanders and Packers. And if you guys want to see some Beaver Ball live action, you might be getting some tonight.
Yeah, I'm going to come through for about an hour.
Oh, beautiful.
After about that, it's time for kids' homework and shit like that. So I'll come on for about the first hour and a half.
Oh, I love that. That'd be great. All right, let's roll on. Our next spot on the board, 8 p.m. Eastern, the Phoenix Mercury, 27-16, 12-9 on the road. The Dallas Wings, 9-34, 5-16 at home. We're at College Park Center, Arlington, Texas. The Phoenix Mercury have nothing to play for, and I believe this is the best bet on the board today. I like Golden State Valkyries. We know that Stacks play days on the Valk. We know that Ron Crawford's on the Valk. I like it. I bet it too. I think the Dallas Wings are the best bet on the board today. They have a home game to close out the season. Page is playing. They want to give something back to their fans, and the Mercury have nothing to play for. I can't get overly confident because the line's not moving. And WNBA can play different.
I forgot what you texted me. Where'd you get this? My fault, Jim. Where'd you get this number at?
Exactly where it is right now. I got the 5.5, and I bet the money line. So I got exactly where it is right now. I got the 5 Let me just grab this here.
Oh yeah, those things dangling in the toilet.
I want them to show some concern, and they're not. I got plus 5.5 minus 110. I got the money line at plus 197. At the time, it was plus 190 at 365. I bet offshore at 197. Right now, I see 201s and 202s. So that's not a good sign. It's not a good sign. Nate, yeah. Yes. This would be the birthday pick number 2. The Dallas Wings plus 5.5. I would take the 5.5 here. So let's go through this line history and the cash flow and then hand it over here. And I didn't do the cash flow. I apologize for game 1. So I will do the cash flow for both, assuming that that's all available here. So that first game that we were just discussing, the Liberty, we have no information. Here we have information. And this is concerning. 71% of tickets and 83% of the cash, and the line's not moving. So this is all concerning here. This total is 166.5. It's minus 110 to the over. This opened up at 166.5, dropped to 165.5, back to 166.5. There's not been very much movement, and I'm telling you right now, the market is saying I am wrong. The Mercury will try here on the road and will put out effort. If they do, so I was thinking at first, just when I was thinking, I was going, oh, you take first half and full game money lines, but then I was like, no, it's the second half when you assume that the Mercury and the Liberty and these teams that have nothing to play for will, take all their starters off. So I'm on the Wings here, plus 5.5. I'm on the Wings money line, and I'm going for a score today. Justin Mcelvy, take it away. Mercury Wings.
Well, I'm right with one of those bets. I can't, for the life of me, I can't get on the money line. But I am on. I got 2 plays in this. I got Dallas plus 5.5. When I woke up on the book that I wanted, I ain't bet it yesterday, and I gave out a different play on the 2-3 zone, which I'm about to give out now. But I'm on Dallas plus 5.5. I didn't write the juice down, so whatever you could get me. And the reason why I didn't, I was caught off guard. My number 1 book that I use, I have other ones, but my main one, because it's like 5 minutes from my house, is Rivers. And they was hanging a 4.5. So when I woke up and seen a 4.5, it kind of threw me off a little bit. Like, why y'all got a 4.5? But then 20 minutes later, when I screenshotted you, they was hanging a 7.5 with the Valkyries. I was like, man, y'all bugging. Like, either y'all bugging or I'm bugging. But I'm on the Dallas Wings plus 5.5. And it's kind of like what I said about the last home game when me and Pete was on there. And I got him off the Mystics. And was it the Mystics? I forget who they played. But I got him on the first half, and I lost the full game, which you have no idea how mad that had me. But I just feel like the last game of the season, there's 2 things I could count on. I'm not gonna get embarrassed at the last crib. The Mercury, like, how much do y'all care? Y'all can't go up or down in your seed. Like, how much possibly could you care? Y'all gonna play 48 minutes? Like, is that what you're telling me? You gonna play the whole game, all your starters? I just feel like there's 2 things I can count on. I count on the Wings and the last game of the season. Like, you want to end this at least on something to hang your hat on, and you got to give me Page backers. I gave that out yesterday. I love Page today. I want over 19.5. Hopefully, I'm hoping that's plus money.
Over 19.5. I will line shop here.
Yeah, Bet Rivers, that's how scared he is. They won't give me no Wings props.
I don't have any player props or any of these games because I would definitely fire off on. I'd rather fire off on Page Beckers than fire off on the Wings.
No, I want both.
It is possible, and I've seen this before, when you expect the home team to deliver when they even empty their bench in the fourth quarter. And I've seen that happen, and it's driven me fucking crazy. That's the only concern I have, is that Dallas doesn't care as well, or that Dallas wants to give some playing time to some of their bench pieces that have, played hard and shut their mouth while they haven't played. Let's hear from Brizzy. Take it away. We have moves from Justin. Brizzy, how you hammering this?
Yeah, rumors are in the WNBA space that this is more than likely the Dallas Wings head coach's last game coaching the Wings. rumors are that he's going to be fired after tonight's season finale versus Phoenix. Page has been a one-man show, and that's given Phoenix some problems in the past. Last time that they played in Dallas, they ended up losing that game 98-89. Phoenix has already locked up their seat against the Liberty, and they clearly took the foot off the gas, it feels like, with a veteran heavily starting lineup. I even think that they could rest some players tonight. That's why I haven't really moved on the game. I kind of want to – I feel like the bookie – this line should be higher, but I feel like sports books are like kind of playing both sides of like they're projecting – with the line being at -5, I feel like there will be some people out for the Phoenix Mercury tonight. If you look at their player rotations in their last game against the Sparks – Alyssa Thomas only played 21 minutes. Clea Copper only played 19 minutes. Natasha Mack only played 15 minutes. Satu only played 24 minutes. Like I would imagine they're going to rest a couple of those people. So I don't know if I'm like moving on the line too early or too late. And then the other thing about the Dallas Wings that I kind of get sketched out about is I kind of want to limit this to a third quarter play and not a full game play because they have yet to eclipse 20 points in the fourth quarter in 4 of their last 5 games. So, like, they're not closing games out well. It's like Paige Beckers goes off and then the team figures it out by the fourth quarter is kind of what that screams like. And I'm a little bit sketched out about Dallas Wings, even at home in their last game of the season, about them finishing off basketball games. That's just something that they haven't done this year. If they could finish basketball games, this team would probably have double the amount of wins as they have right now. It's the last game of the season. I feel like this could be an over bonanza. Dallas team total over would be a look for me, 80.5. But something about this game screams like they're going to be down at halftime. They look at each other in the locker room, and they come out in the third quarter. They play really well, and whatever happens in the fourth, what happens in the fourth. But I think the move on this game should be the third quarter. I don't like betting third quarters pre-flop, but something screams like the third quarter. Like there's got to be a realization point of like, all right, we're going to start snapping. And I don't know if it's going to be from the start. Like from the start, I would want this line to be like 7.5, 8. But if this line was 7.5, 8, it would be like 90% of Dallas Wings money.
I feel like all these spreads, all these games, I feel like these spreads, the books are all protecting themselves because the same thing like us, they don't really know last minute, excuse me, like what team is going to say, okay, AT, come on, come sit down. Sabrina for Liberty, come sit down. Like all these spreads, like you got the Liberty hanging 12.5. It was 9.5 when we did the video. And then I woke up and seen a 12.5 or a 13. This spread, if Phoenix cares, there's no way the spread should be 5.5. There's no way. If Phoenix, two teams,
yeah, what? It screams like somebody's going to be out in the Phoenix game and the Minnesota game. Like both of those lines are really low for teams that are better than the other team. But if you take out 2 of the star players that don't, and the other players don't give a fuck, then that's how you get to these lines. I feel like.
I think, and again, this is not like I've been in this situation where I've been wrong because the home team actually doesn't care. So that's hurt me, but I think that this is the best bet on the board. I really do, because they're at home, because Mercury don't care. But if that was the case, this would be a 3.5 or a 4 now. So
when you say the board, you mean WNBA or you mean the whole slate?
I mean the whole slate.
The whole slate of the day.
And that's why I'm on the Dallas Wings.
That's how you feel that I would be slamming the Dallas team total over. This ain't no 70-52 final score.
But if the Mercury don't play any of their players, Dallas doesn't need to score 80 points to win this game outright.
Valid.
So, but I still like it. But you know, I've invested in this game. You know,
yeah, I see. I'm not too much money in this game because I whenever you get a number for 19.
I can't, but Black Thor can. None of the books I've got.
Yeah, but he got he said points and assists. I just want points.
Page over 17.5 points minus 114 from our guy Black Thor King.
Okay.
That's offshore.
I'll take that.
Where are you guys getting these magical WNBA props on the last day of the season? Shit, send me a link.
I ain't gonna lie. I was digging for Page all morning.
I can't find a Paige Beckers props in the state of
Page would have been stacks, but I couldn't find a page. I even called my homie that got different books than I got. I was like, "Yo, you got a page prop?" I was even at the gym talking to some stranger about this game.
100%, bro. Page.
Did anybody have them?
Page.
Nobody.
Props are available.
Blackdoor is the only person I've seen since yesterday that gave me a Paige Beckers prop.
Yeah, I would slam Paige Beckers in a heartbeat in this spot.
Yeah, like this is like I'm a bet Paige. So if I'm probably going to have to go out my way and do some crazy shit to find a Paige Becker prop. Like,
you're just gonna have to download Kalashi, wherever that app is.
Well, I don't know. I'm gonna call Rivers Casino and be like, y'all not putting it there, but if I come to the window, like, what up?
That's a good idea.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to because they're not putting it online. How you not giving me like? That's the thing. Like,
they're scared.
That's the only thing about these books I don't like. Like, y'all already got all these advantages, man. Put the prop up.
It's a Thursday night football game. You guys got Thursday night football.
The prop up, like,
put up there, buddy.
It burns me up, man. Like,
eat, man. I mean, damn, this last
and if you're scared, put it at 20.5.
Yeah.
Make me make the decision over and under. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because this seemed like a step ladder, like pays 25 type shit.
Dallas is such a weird team because they remind me of like the Charlotte. Like anytime you want to bet on the Charlotte Hornets, you got a better chance of just backing LaMelo Ball props, and the two are correlated. I feel like if Dallas is going to win this game, this is going to be the Paige Becker show tonight. And what makes you think that this last game of the season is going to go any different from the last month of the season where it's just been the Paige Becker show? I mean, the last time Phoenix went into Dallas, they got fucking fried by Paige Becker. She was going left, right, scoop-a-doo. And the biggest thing that we say with the Mercury, even when they're at 100% healthiness, is that their guard play is not up to par with the rest of the league. Hence why Alyssa Thomas has to play the Nikolai Jokic role. I think that that would be the angle. Something just screams like there's going to be a lot of points in this game, but it might just be in the first half, not the second half at all.
Well, let's roll on. I've moved on the money line and the spread, and I very, very rarely do that. And I did it again here. Let's roll 8 p.m. Eastern. The Golden State Valkyries, 23-29-12 on the road. At the Minnesota Lynx, 33-10, 19-2 at home. We're at the Target Center in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Now, the Valkyries have something to play for. They hold the tiebreaker over the Fever, and the Storm hold the tiebreaker over them. The Valkyries lose tonight. They're the 8th seed, and they stay in Minnesota.
For an L. If they get the 8th seed, they're done. They're
done. They're done. Now, look, we all know the Aces have won 15 straight games, and they're a very tough team to play right now. But I would want to go to Vegas and play the Aces before playing the Lynx badly. So the Valkyries know if they can win here, they get to go to Vegas and take on the Aces, which, again, is not going to be easy. But that's enough for me. That's enough for me. Nafisa Collier, is she going to play? We don't know. Probably not.
And according to your point, and shout out Ron, he made a very, very, very good point yesterday on 2-3 Zone. Yeah, the Valkyries know that. But you know what also the Lynx know? And I don't know how women and players think. They know if they punt this game that if the Valkyries win, it's either they're going to who they want to play, the Valkyries or the Storm. Like right now, they got the choice. If they punt this game and let the Valkyries win, they play the Storm. Or they could go out here and throttle the Valkyries and play the Valkyries in the first round.
I agree. Yeah, Valkyries cannot be 7. That's right, Ron.
Yeah, it's 6 or 8.
6 or 8. They either play the Aces or, like we set it up. So
they play the Aces well this year, too.
If I'm Minnesota, I don't care. I don't care. Yes, Valkyries are probably easier than the Storm. Yes, we lost in Seattle to lose that opening winning streak, but still the Lynx are going to smash. It's just stay healthy, be healthy, don't stress. But now they might care a little bit. I wouldn't care. So I bet the Valkyries plus 7.5. Oh, and I think I got a 7 actually. I think I got a 7. You got the 7. Yeah, I got a 7. And I got the money line again at plus 250. I'm going for it. I don't do this enough. And there's got to be some certain times where you go for the score. And I'm going for the cash tonight. The line history right now, this is still a 7. I don't like that at all. This opened up at 7 here, and I know the 7.5s were available, but this opened up here at 7, and it was plus 7 at minus 105. It moved to 7.5 this morning at 5:30 in the morning. It moved to 8.5 at 6 in the morning. What the hell? What the hell? How is this? Oh. And then it moves 30 minutes later, and this is where I was like, oh, this is going to close at 6 or 5.5 when we get the show. It moved to 6.5. Now, I know there's not a lot of money in these markets, but that had to be a legit bet where the books were concerned. Then it goes down to a flat 6. How the hell did it get back to 7? So the books are not giving me any confidence. In the NBA, when we make these moves and we're right, the line moves 3 to 5 points in our favor, and we're sitting back going, see, we're right. Same in hockey. In hockey, when you take a puck line or a money line on a team that's trying and a team that isn't trying, you see it move 50 to 80 cents in your favor. Again, it's not happening here. And that's the only reason why I'm nervous. This total right now is a 152. It's a low total. It opened up. So here we had the exact same thing that in the total with the line, but look at this. Opens up 153.5, gets up to 156. 156 at 6 in the morning. Then we drop all the way back down to 152. It feels like, and I know that it's a very tricky thing to do because of how low the limits are in WNBA, but it does feel like that was market manipulation. So there you go. Valkyries, Minnesota Lynx. We will start with Justin again. We'll have Brizzy go first with Aces Sparks because this is the Stacks play of the day. Justin, take it away.
Stacks.
Yeah, this is Stack play today. Number one, Julio was number 2. And it wasn't going to be Stack. I gave it away on 2-3 zone at a worst number, and I bet it. And then I bet it again when I screenshotted you. The Stacks play today, number 2, Valkyries plus 7.5, minus 121. And I just feel like, but I don't have the kahunas, the money line like you. But I don't have that. But I do next game. I was a little surprised, but I love the Valkyries in this spot. I don't know if they're going to win the game, but I think they're going to keep it close. I expect closer to game time. I feel like they're going to wait I feel like all these teams are going to wait till the last minute. And Fee, if Fee plays, that means she wants the MVP. Because right now, she was favored all year. Now she ain't favored. So I don't see what the Lynx is playing for. The Valkyries, you got to want that 6 seed. You have to. Like the same way we know the situation between 6 and 8, they know it. Y'all know y'all don't want to play the Lynx the first round. You know that. We know that. They know that. The Lynx know that. Like, this is a spot, and you want to give me 7.5? I feel like this is way too many points. They just played this team and lost by 6. And I was on the Valkyries. They was at the crib. But the Valkyries going to play defense. Nakase I think they're going to have to choose rally. You're playing for something. There's 2 teams in this game, and one of them are playing for something. Like, absolutely, positively, unless you just say, we're the Valkyries, we don't care who we play, but y'all can't say that. I love the Valkyries in this spot. Y'all play defense, top 5 defense the whole entire season, and now you have to play, so it's still going to be top 5 defense. Play defense, keep this game close, and get the 6th seed. Possibly win it outright. That's how I look at it. I love it. I can't do the money line. I can't.
Yeah, I get it, and I'm so interested in these results. Like I'm going to be watching not because I mean partly because I can get a score out of it, but also I want to know if I'm right. I really, really want to know if we're right. Brizzy, take it away. Valkyries, Lynx, Target Center, Minneapolis, Minnesota, where the Lynx 19-2 at home.
My bad. I just got to get this Packers bet in. This line's dropping on FanDuel. I think it's going to go back
You
up.
said Packers bet?
Yeah, I didn't really want to move on this game, but when I was looking for the WNBA stuff, this line's going down to -160 on FanDuel. I'm taking advantage of that shit. Same exact way we're taking advantage of the Valkyries tonight going against the Lynx. I think this is the best bet of the card today. The Valkyries are one of the few teams on the slate playing for something tonight. They can move to the 6th seed with a win or move to the 8th seed with a loss, and that would probably be the end of the season. The Lynx, while they love playing in front of their home crowd, I mean, resting Collier in their last game kind of showed or kind of gives you a little implications of what we could see in tonight's rotation. This head coach is famous for starting the starters and then pulling them midway through the game or during the game. There's been a couple of Courtney Williams props that I had in the beginning of the season where she started the game and only finished the game with like 8 to 10 minutes. I would not be shocked if they just deploy the bench here in this spot, because there are some questions about this Minnesota bench when it comes, not the bigs. The bigs are fine. The Collier backups and all that, they're fine down low. It's more the guard situation that they kind of have to figure out. No Dejanay Carrington tonight gives a nice little, I feel like, audition for who's going to come off the bench for them tonight, because their bench ended up being a problem in the long run against the Liberty. So I'm a little bit nervous, but I'm going to take the 7. I think the Valkyries can cover the 7 here. I got the 7 at -112 here on FanDuel, and I think it's the best bet of the card today. I really feel like, yeah, you don't want to fade the Lynx at home, but like the model number for this game is just way off from what the projection is, meaning I think somebody's about to be out of this game, aka Collier. And if Napisha Collier's out, the line gonna move a little bit. I think this line closes at 5.5, like the Dallas Wings line, but it hasn't happened yet because it might be multiple people out tonight. Like they're already projecting, I feel like somebody being out, but there might be multiple people out in this one. This game doesn't start till 8 o'clock tonight. So, I mean, we probably won't get that injury news report until like an hour before the game.
I just wish we were sitting here at a 5 or 5.5 right now. We could all be smiling, feeling good about our shit. And the fact that it's not moving, it makes me uncomfortable. Brizzy on the Valks.
It's the WNBA. So the people are going to come in on the WNBA like hour or 2 hours before the game. Nobody's going out of the way on a Thursday night football day to slam some WNBA props or spreads besides us and our small group.
This is one thing that Jimmy always says. He says it at least once a day. I don't see nobody on the Lynx.
No.
I don't. You gotta think about the empty parlay fillers tonight. The empty parlay fillers are gonna definitely feature.
That's the only thing that worries me. I ain't heard not one person, nowhere I've been, say the Lynx today.
The certified public 3-leg parlay today is the Liberty Lynx Aces.
It's 50-50 on the ticket count.
Oh, okay.
What about the money line count though?
I don't have the money line, but on the here we have 50% of the tickets on Minnesota and 77% of the cash on Minnesota.
Okay. You see, I don't look at that. So, but nowhere I ain't heard not one person say, "Yo, Stacks, Lynx gonna smack something."
I haven't heard that either. Sorry, there's some fighting going on outside. I hope you guys don't hear it. I'll just keep rolling through. Let's move on. 10 p.m. Eastern, we have the Las Vegas Aces. Respect, Ronnie. Las Vegas Aces 29-14, 12-9 on the road at the Los Angeles Sparks, 21-22, 9-12 at home. We're at crypto.com in Los Angeles, California. So this is one that I overthought. And I just let it go because I get it that there is something on the line here for the Aces. They win. They get that number 2 spot. and who knows at this point who they're going to. Oh, I guess they'll know at that point, right? Because yes, what am I talking about? They'll know if it's, if it means something, if it means, because it's either the Fever or the Storm. Again, the Valkyries, if they get the second seed. So, again, they'll know if there's something on the line here. And I was extremely interested in this game. And I overthought it because I thought, you know what? I think that Kelsey Plum and the Sparks might try here. Their last home game of the year. Now, they could try and they could still lose by double digits. Don't get me wrong. But this line not moving, I thought, was telling. It opened up at 11, and I know that's most books did open up at 10.5, but this opened up at 11 because I think the expectation was this line was going to move towards the Aces. It hasn't done that. It's gone to 11 a few times, and every time it's come back to 10.5. I don't want to ever have money on a team that doesn't care. So I'm not going to do that here. I'm not going to be on the other side of this. But I do find it crazy. Not crazy. I do think that there's a possibility, and the books are saying there's a possibility that the Sparks care and try in their last home game of the year, and Kelsey Plum going up against the Aces and all of that storyline there. 80% of the tickets on the over, 87% of cash on the over. We have a 169.5 juice to the over. It's opened up at 168 flat. It got up to 170.5 and before it came back. So here we go. Take it away, Brizzy. Aces, Sparks. Floor is yours.
Unfortunately, I think this is the worst game of the slate. There's really just not a lot of value in this game. They're not really giving you the player prop market in this game. I think the Aces smashed the Sparks here in this spot, but I mean, what am I really going to do with the line? Last time that these two teams played together a month ago, we're betting the Aces at -125 while the whole entire chat was on the Sparks. So it's like, I feel like I've already done my business for this matchup for this year, and there's really just not a lot of value left on this game. Besides Cameron Brink, I like if they're gonna. This is contingency because we don't know if they're gonna give us WNBA player props or not. But I think Cameron Brink smashes in this spot tonight. She has a record on the line tonight. I believe it is with 4 more blocks. She moves to number 10 all time list for the Sparks here. And that would be a big accomplishment for her. She had multiple 5-game block seasons multiple 5-game block games last year. I think if we can get a Cameron Brink prop, that would be the only angle for me in this game would be smash Cameron Brink overs.
So what you're saying is that you agree that there's a chance the Sparks could care about this game.
I'm not betting the Sparks without Rakia Jackson on the court, and I don't think Rakia's playing.
But my question, you think there's a chance the Sparks will try in this game?
Yeah, but no Rakia. Edelman hurt her ankle in the last game. I'm out on the Sparks at that point.
Oh yeah, I don't want anything to do with them either. I'm never going to bet a team that I'm not sure is going to try, but it's a possibility that they do care.
The total's 170.5. I get it. The Sparks are the most over team in the WNBA, but you look at these two teams, this screams like a fucking under. Why wouldn't the Aces want to come in here and lock up? And what offense is the Sparks really bringing into this game?
Justin McKelvey, my man, take it away. Final game on the board. Final game on our Thursday show. Aces Sparks at Crypto.
That's wild. None of y'all saying what I want y'all to say, but I'll say it. I'll take the best number. I want some nice plus money. I'll take a 7.5 with the Sparks. I think they care a whole lot. I think they want to mess up the Aces, anything possible. I feel like they want to mess up their little win streak. They want to mess up their 2 seed. This isn't a rivalry like the Yankees and the Red Sox, but these two teams don't like each other. They don't like each other at all. I think the Sparks care. I don't care if Rakia plays. I like Hamby to go crazy. I like the Sparks to cover it. I really, really, really wanted to sprinkle the money line, but I don't got that much faith in them. But I think they're going to keep this game close and at least threaten the outright. I know not many people are going to believe it. I just what I see, and there's a small part of me. It might just be my way of thinking. Do the Sparks really want to go into the Sparks? Do the Aces really want to go into the playoffs with this huge win streak? You don't want to lose one game before you go in there. Like you don't want to take one.
I don't think it matters. It's not like it's college basketball where it's just one basketball game and that decides your whole entire season. I mean, these are 5-game series in the first round of the WNBA playoffs. So if they did lose a game, it wouldn't matter.
And Action Jackson, no, he wants the 7.5 because he wants the plus money.
Yeah, I want 7.5.
Yeah. And so I can give him. I can get and there other books will probably give better, but this 7.5 is at plus 130. The
That
best
works.
I can get you on the offshore that I also have here. I mean, I don't have enough money in my BOL account right now, but is a plus 9 at plus 114 here. Would you want
7.5, 130? Good.
All right.
And I want the Sparks team total over also.
Wow, I'm very, very interested in the idea of the Sparks trying because I know.
I think this is the best bet on the board.
Wow, I love it.
I just feel like it's every signs. I don't care who don't play or who don't. There's no way you can't convince me. Can't nobody convince me that the Sparks they're gonna go in this game and say we don't care if the Aces get the 2 seed. We don't care if Asia gets the MVP. And we don't care if we lose by 30.
It's not them not caring. It's more about if you take off Rickea Jackson, who's their best shot creator, and then you take off Julie Edelman, who's their best passer, and then you replace them with Ray Burrell, a defender. Like Ray Burrell's coming off a 20-point game. When the fuck is Ray Burrell putting up 20-plus points in games? And then you got like, what are you going to do? Play Julie Van Loo and Sarah Jessica Barker 20-something minutes? I mean, like at that point, that makes the Sparks one of the worst teams in the league. Like with those two starters in the lineup.
And I got a rebuttal for that. Okay, so they go up. Let's just say the Aces go up 20. At what point does Asia come sit down?
I'm with you. I do feel you, but it's
I feel like if I need it, that's why I'm not on the money line. If I need it, and I don't think I'm going to. If I need it, I feel like I could come in through the back door and get well under this 7.5. And then even if they don't, the Sparks, they're going to score. They always score at home. Last game, I don't care who on the court, they're going to score. Whatever the team total is, I expect the Sparks to sniff 85 to 90 in this game.
We have two choices on the team total with the books I've got money in. We have the over 80 at minus 111 or over 79.5 at minus 120.
80.
Yeah, there's 9 cents is not what the price of a half point is. So over 80 at minus 111.
I've had this conversation. Like I don't know if I told y'all before. I'll be 2 seconds. My dad, today's his birthday. Shout out my dad. Turned 75 today.
Oh, nice.
Same as Carl. He'll be over here tonight. We're gonna either tonight or tomorrow morning. Because and he's a Redskin fan. Oh shit. Commanders fan, my fault. But we was talking about this game. And he was like, I know you're taking the Aces tonight. And I was like, I'm not. And I told him why. And he laughed at me. And I said, the whole world gonna laugh at me. But I'm telling you, the Sparks don't like the Aces. Like, I know they're not as good as the Aces, but the Aces has everything to lose or everything to win and everything to lose like here. Like, you don't want to get nobody hurt. Asia damn near got the MVP sealed up. I don't know how that happened, but it happened overnight. But she got the MVP. Ace is going to get the 2 seed. But maybe the Sparks upset them and maybe my dream get the 2 seed.
This is really an Atlanta dream bet.
I love this. This was a very fun cap. I love your bullishness on the Sparks too. It makes me feel great because
it might be.
Everybody was going to be on the Aces. They have to win. They won 15 straight, and I got cold feet. And now to know that you're on the Sparks, you're using an alt line with team total over makes me feel good. Makes me feel really good that the concern that I had validity, and I love it. And big happy birthday to your dad, man. 75.
Yeah, big 75.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Please wish him a big happy birthday from all of us at Pub Sports Radio. I love it. Let's review all action here. Justin on the Sparks plus 7.5 and the Sparks team total over 80. Justin is on the Valkyries plus 7.5 and minus 121 stacks play days. On the Wings plus 5.5. Becker's over 17.5 points minus 114. 15. It's on the under 157.5 in Liberty Sky. And Ron Crawford on the Sparks too. Oh, I love that. Oh, by the way, Ron also sent us the cash flow for the Minnesota game, and it's shocking. On the money line, 76% of tickets, 56% of cash on Minnesota. On the spread, 58% of tickets, 52% cash on Minnesota. Because I'm with you. I've not heard one person say that they're on the Lynx, but you guys are the only guys I talk about WNBA with. No one's hit me up talking about.
Parlay of the day is gotta be Liberty, Lynx, Aces. If you just plug those three teams in on a sports book, it looks like a certified bankroll booster that one of those three teams are gonna lose.
If that's the case, you might as well throw the Fever in there, thinking like that. Not the Fever, my fault, the Mercury. Just throw all the money lines in there.
One question here.
I don't think the Aces are winning tonight.
That's so exciting. Ron Crawford on too is so exciting. It's going to make it a fun night for us. Can I have a very, very quick take on the game one line in Phoenix? Liberty minus 2.5. Your first thoughts?
Liberty.
And Justin?
I like the Mercury. Nothing official, but I'm going into it thinking I'm going to be on the Mercury.
Maybe game one for the Liberty, but the Liberty are winning that series.
I'm excited.
Are you betting Liberty series?
We got to see.
If you could.
If I could, I would take. I mean, minus 225 is a little bit wild for a series price tag for the Liberty here, but
Liberty is minus 2 something to win the series.
I got minus 210. That's
wild. That's so disrespectful.
I kind of don't think this is going to go all three games. I think this is going to be a damn. So that would be the angle. Would be the Liberty 2-0 sweep.
I love it. We have Brizzy on the Valkyries +7 at minus 112. That concludes our WNBA breakdowns. That finishes the regular season. Thank you guys. Truly, truly thank you for all that you did for the show with WNBA. We will be capping it. From now on, I'll be capping it full year. I was inspired working with you guys, and I want to be better, and we still have a chance in the playoffs. So
we got playoffs. This isn't goodbye, Jimmy. This is see you later.
No,
you act like this is goodbye.
Justin, there's never a goodbye, man. We got NBA coming up, football coming up. I want you all over all the capping that we have here on the channel. So
I'll be on here tonight. I can't wait to WNBA playoffs. I can't wait for the live stream tonight. I can't wait to mess with my dad. His birthday.
That's fun.
Was the original person that said, "Look, you guys got to get on the WNBA. You got to cap the WNBA. There's money to be left on the table." Tease isn't with us right now, but he used to always be with us in the caps and on the shows and stuff like that. So the WNBA segment is a shout out to Tease. This is like the Tease memorial. He'd be rolling over in his grave in the chat right now if he saw that Jimmy the Bag was doing official WNBA breakdown.
Yeah, he would like it. Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie. Definitely, y'all both, you and Tease Briz. Y'all the reasons why, like, I took 2 years and sat in the background in the parking lot, capping, writing my bets down, and not making them official, not even saying nothing. And this is my first official year of WNBA, like, making my plays official, because I kept saying, like, I feel like I could be good in this. And I'm having a little rough streak back and forth, but I love this sport. Like, I watch the games. I can't watch it tonight. I got to watch football tonight, but I mean, I have to. And then, like, why did they start it on football Sunday?
Why do the playoffs during football Sunday? So stupid. Dumbest things I've ever seen in my life.
Make it Monday.
Yeah, it's just
watching WNBA over NFL Sunday. Get the fuck out.
It's so short-sighted. My dude, no, those lines are fixed, just like they're fixed in the Circa Millions. Exact same thing. The Circa Million, we deal with same thing Circa Millions deals with. Those lines come out, they're fixed. They don't move, nothing moves. So there'll be times when there'll be an injury, after the lines come out. And that, the line that will be +2 that will stick at +2, ends up at -3, and you still get that +2. The lines just stick. So
I need to be a commissioner. There's no way the first round of playoffs you put on NFL Sunday.
Oh, it's terrible. And yes, AM, you can switch your picks. You can, even if you pressed confirm, you can go back in, switch them, and press confirm again. Your picks are not fully in until they lock. So you can switch your picks, my man. So don't worry about that. Again, at 9 p.m. on Saturday, 9 p.m. Eastern, you'll see the locks, and that's when you can't switch your picks. So change them, hit the Jose Bouquet face, and you are good to go. Thank you guys so much for rocking with us. It's been fun, and the playoffs will continue to be fun. And love the shout out to Parlay Tees. Love the shout out to your pops on the 75th birthday. Wish him a happy birthday for us. And go crush it over on Tony. Oh, I guess no Tony's picks, right? Because there's no game.
No, that's why I told you there's no limitations because there's no 2-3 zone.
Oh, respect.
Until Saturday for Sunday's playoffs.
Well, why don't you guys stick around here if you don't mind then for a second, and we hear Brizzy's. We're tracking Thursday night football, Thursday action from Brizzy. Brizzy,
yeah, I'm here.
Brizzy, take it away. What's your plan for the evening in Commanders Packers?
This is a theory that we're going to save for the Thursday night football game, but we'll talk about it here and get your guys' mind going. I believe that the pros versus Joes is no longer a thing. The sharp versus the public. I really think that that's starting to diminish, and it's starting to become millennials versus like the older crowd. I went to that game Monday night, and it was way different. Our conversations that we have on stream are way different than the conversations that people have in public, you know, like the average gambler and stuff like that. And it felt like a synopsis of like every person that was 35 or above had Bears tickets in that fucking sports book, and anybody under the age of 30 had like Minnesota tickets in that book. And that's not like the first time that's happened where there's such a discrepancy between age ranges where like it felt like the people that were on the Bears were basically saying like, fuck JJ McCarthy. JJ McCarthy isn't good. And then like the people that were like under 30 were like, nah, JJ McCarthy just won a championship at Michigan. I remember him playing. He's really good. He's one of the better quarterbacks. And it kind of made me go into this game with like, I feel like all the sharps are on the Commanders and the public is on the Packers, which is kind of like the flip of like, I feel like all the old heads are on the Commanders and all the youngins are on the Packers, where it's like, I feel like I'm drawing my line in the sand, planting my flag, as we say on the Locker Room Talk podcast. I think that the Green Bay Packers are kind of being undervalued. Like, it was a bet that I didn't think I was going to get to last week, and I don't want to be like week 2 overreactions because the Packers bet, I didn't even give that out on the Sunday Pub Hub show. That was a bet that I made like 45 minutes to an hour before the game just based off the market, and there was way too much money on the lines, and the lines weren't going to be able to be supported as a paid out winner. So it got me onto the Packers and I ended up watching the entirety of that game. Yo, the Packers defense is legit, man. Fuck the offense. Jordan Love played great. He played awesome and amazing and all that. But the Packers defense is legit. I think that front seven will be able to get to the Commanders, where if the Commanders don't get the same exact rushing that they got last week against the Giants, then how do the Commanders score the ball consistently? How does this game even go over the 48.5? I see money. I feel like I'm on the exact opposite of everything that the market is moving towards in this game. I like the under. I like the Packers. I think Josh Jacobs controls the clock. I think Josh Jacobs smashes in this game. Everybody's on little old Bill in the Commanders' backfield, but I think this is the Austin Eckler show tonight. I think Austin Eckler catches some balls out the backfield. I think he's going to be very productive. I think the Commanders are going to be in a pass-heavy situation for a lot of the second half, and we're going to be able to hit some of these props maybe live on the show. One angle that we're able to hit last year on the live streams that like I can't really give out pre-flop was a lot of these rushing quarterbacks when they're trailing going into the fourth quarter creates a better opportunity to bet on their rushing yard prop because their rushing yard prop goes down live mid-game. We kind of saw that with Josh Allen on the Sunday night game, but we didn't really move on it, or maybe not even remember that angle that we're hitting last year. And I think this is the slate. So I'm trying to draw up my script, and I think the Packers are going to be leading this game, and the Commanders are going to have to come back and like they usually do.
What do you want to make official, my friend?
Officials, we got Green Bay. This is chalky, but I like the money line more than the -3. The -3 is fine, but my bank account, I'm going with the money line here. -164 here at FanDuel. Have a same game parlay of Green Bay +7.5, the under 61.5, and alt lines on Josh Jacobs over 50+ rush receiving and Austin Eckler 3+ catches, and that's +121. That
Can we go over those numbers again? I was a little behind. So Jacobs is 50 rush and
Eckler 3 catches. The bet is basically based off of Eckler 3 catches. If Eckler doesn't get 3 catches, the whole entire play is like broken. If you just wanted to take one straight play from that, it would be Eckler 3 catches.
So let's go through the first 2 legs of it again. There was Packers money line. No, Packers plus
7.5.
7.5, and the under
61.5 alt line.
And Jacobs over 50.5 rushing receiving, Eckler 3 or more catches. And what is that? What do you get paid?
+121 odds on that. No boost on that either. So if you guys wanted to use that as like a no sweat ticket or something like that, you could do that on sportsbooks. But yeah, I like Eckler a lot in this game. I think I just want to say Bill because I'm not trying to jack up somebody's name. Could really bad. I would jack up that name really bad. But Bill, the Commanders running back, is getting steam. His rushing yard prop is the most bet on player prop for this whole entire game. He had a really good game week 1. He was the most popular waiver wire pickup in fantasy. They didn't need to fucking throw the ball last week. They played the New York Giants. As like a person that lives in the state of New Jersey, the New York Giants fucking suck, man. That team is a fade until they put Jackson Dart on the fucking football field, and you should fade them at big money for a long time until they think that the fact that they think Russell Wilson's their starting quarterback for however amount of weeks is just laughable. So the Commanders didn't need to throw the ball, but Eckler was really good last week. Led the team in running back snaps, had 3 catches before the fourth quarter, didn't play the whole entire fourth quarter in that game. I think Russ is cooked, and I think that's why the Commanders look so good in that game. I was a little bit pissed off we couldn't get that Jaden Daniels anytime tutty, and we can't spin the block on the Jaden Daniels anytime tutty, as that is the most popular bet for anytime touchdown in this game. And people don't want to hear it, but I think the chalk ends up hitting in this one. Josh Jacobs, 10 straight touchdowns, make it 11 here tonight in this Thursday night football game. If you wanted to be, I guess, play out the risk, I think the Packers money line and Josh Jacobs anytime touchdown are both correlated. If the Packers win the game, that means that they were able to run the football. Josh Jacobs probably got in the back of the end zone. If they don't win this game, Josh Jacobs ain't getting in the back of the end zone in this game. So I think the two are highly correlated. Shouts to Dutch Boy Fresh. I saw him tweet out that same game parlay today was Packers money line and Josh Jacobs anytime touchdown. I have it written down here, right here on the paper. Josh Jacobs anytime touchdown, 100+ rush receiving, and the Packers money line. But we just got to get a couple W's on the board here. And going back to the Packers well tonight.
I like it. Justin, your plan of attack this evening?
Yeah, since I'm on here, I got an official play. Look, and this is one. I'm on McDaniel's longest pass completion over 34.5, plus 114. I feel like he got weapon.
Was it over?
Yeah, over 34.5, longest pass in completion. Okay. That's at Bet Rivers at over 34.5 at plus 114.
Okay, you're in business.
And I feel like, and I didn't even make an official, but I did bet the Commanders. I got plus 3.5, but nothing I make an official. But I love that McDaniels, so I make that official. And I feel like no matter how this game goes, whether they go up or down, they go down even better. You want to sling it to get back into it. But I just feel like between Debo and McLaurin, and if you're down, like even if it's a slant, Debo could get loose or McLaurin down. I just feel like 34 is really low. Like, and the dude, Bill, like y'all gonna have to guess what my middle name is. I'm not about to give it out, but he got the same exact initials as me, JCM. Like, so I don't know. I got a thing for him. I like Bill. I think I don't think Eckler gonna be. I think it's gonna be Bill. But the only reason why I think, and some people think this line is high because they say McDaniel's got a little thumb situation or something like that, but he don't got to throw the ball 30 yards. He can throw the ball 15. and break one, you know what I mean? McLaurin, Scary Terry, somebody. I just love this play. I don't think the Packers win this game either.
I can't wait for the game tonight. Now you guys have made it. You guys.
And since I'm coming on live stream, since I like that place, I'm not putting. I'm gonna have a SGP because I get a little boost on Bet Rivers 3-leg SGP, but I ain't putting that in there because I don't want to mess that up. I feel like that's bread, but I don't think the Packers win this game.
You guys are in a business. Please support our guys, Justin Mcelvy and Billy Brisbane. We got a huge week ahead of us. I'm going to pop both X handles here in the chat. Justin Mcelvy, my man, any last words for the Cappers supporting the show?
Thanks for having me, and see y'all tonight.
Respect. There he is, Justin Mcelvy. Here is his X handle. And Brizzy, my man, any last words for the Cappers supporting the show?
Yeah, big week this week. UFC Noche down in San Antonio, where Southtown 101 and Talking Hands podcast is at. But San Antonio to this weekend is having UFC Noche, and you guys got to tune in to the Locker Room Talk podcast. We had Millie Mills not on the episode, and we did not have Big Show picks, so it's really me, Joey, and 2 Cents really going over just everything for the card. You got Mills calling in with a 3-minute video of all of his picks. It's basically, you ever wanted to know what the fuck is behind the paywall for Dub Club or whatever like that for a premium, watch the fucking video and get a notebook and a paper out and stuff like that and just write down the notes. That is what I'm on for the weekend. It isn't rocket science. If you watch the video and you put 1 and 2 together, it'll equal 3. So hopefully we get paid out this weekend. UFC Noche down there in the good old SA San Antonio, home of Pub Sports Radio. So it's a big week this week here because we got Canelo's fighting this weekend as well. And we also have Mr. Ricci, a.k.a. Colum Walsh, who is going to be making, I would say, his real boxing fucking debut here, where like they kind of gave him some easy ass fights. But if you don't know anything about Colum Walsh is a Irish boxer, probably the only boxer in history that signed to Dana White. Like Dana White's his manager. You don't think Dana White gonna get that boy a W here, man? Come on, man. Come on. Dana's your manager? Who the fuck is Dana managing in the boxing world? Like this is the early 2000s and he still needs money. I'm backing Colum Walsh this weekend. That's like the big play. But you know, Canelo and over is what we're looking at for that boxing main event this weekend.
Respect, Brizzy. Thank you so much for rocking with us. Huge weekend ahead for all of us. And I can't wait to cap more WNBA and have you on NFL Pop. I'll be in touch with you, my man, in a business. And Mr. Tomatoes cashing with the Jays first 5 minus a half. Great job. We also had our guy Londo cashing with the first 5 minus 1.5. I wish I doubled up on it, honestly, because then I could be in the black today instead of down a little bit of VIG. But at least I put myself back in business, which was all that I really, really need. Hey, thank you guys so much for supporting us here on Pub Sports Radio. Let's take a once over on all of our action here on the show. Thank you, Cheshire Cat, the Wager Detective. You know, we need more Wager Detective on screen. So Wager Detective, let's talk and figure out how to get you on here for at least the NFL pop-up coming up when the schedule works for you. Thank you guys very much. Mr. Tomatoes, Lucky Power, Action Jackson, Cheshire Cat, Black Thor King, We Do, Andrew G, Londo, Big Zo, my dude, AM. What a great group. Swiggy, thank you for all the work that you do behind the scenes. Huge thank you to our silver and gold members. We'll be racing for merch tomorrow. And also, we are building up our Discord. I'm going to be on it as soon as the show is over. And we're going to start scheduling and doing things. So we have a bunch of people in the Discord. So that will be happening further, and more shout outs for the silver and gold members. All that's coming. It's just this couple weeks preparing for the NFL season and college football rolling. It's a tremendous amount of work. And as soon as baseball gets to the playoffs, we can take a breath. And I'm so looking forward to that breath, because when you take that breath for MLB playoffs, it means that NHL and NBA are here, at least NHL for sure. But NBA has been starting a little earlier. So let's review all action here from today's show. Thank you guys for rocking with us. Stacks play today. Number 1, Valkyries plus 7.5. Number 2, Julio Rodriguez over 1.5 paces plus 115. We have Talk Sports with JT. He's on Jacobs over 78.5 rush yards. Irish King on Green Bay first half minus 1.5. Team total over, and Jacobs over rush yards and anytime touchdown. We have Mr. Spenny Penny Bombs on Golden over 34.5 receiving yards. Eckler over 43. His anytime touchdowns: Daniels plus 185, McLaren plus 170, Noah Brown plus 650, Golden plus 250, and Dubs plus 250, and Love plus 550. Billy Friedrich is on Washington plus the points. There's our guy Snips in the house. Flank stake play of the day: Blue Jays and White Sox and Pirates minus a half first 5. Damn, he would have almost swept the board there. He's also got the Packers on the spread, Sparks on the spread, and NC State on the spread. Redbeard, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, first 5 under 4.5. Cash at Redbeard. Gorky on Wake Forest, money line. Wine Time Sports on Rays, White Sox under 8. Angels, money line. NC State minus 7. And the Manders plus 3.5. Gorky also on Green Bay, first quarter, minus 1.5 at plus 110. Nate Dogg, 420s, SGP today. Toronto, money line. Gossman, 6 or more Ks. Springer, 2 or more bases. Let's get that home. Let's see where we're at for that. That'd be a nice little banger for our guy, Nasty Nate. Let's just see if that is on its way to glory here. Get that Gossman case. We need Gossman case here. And we have strikeouts from Mr. Gossman, 4. But he's only throwing 54 pitches. So he's being elite. So that can still cash. We have Turnbuckle Tommy on the over 47.5. Bobano gave us Pittsburgh first 5 plus 106. I moved on it too. That it pushed. Unfortunately, I moved on the first 3 under 2.5. And man, watching that game, that should not have gone. Whatever. Take the L. No, shut the fuck up and take the L. We move on to CFL. You'll see a whole breakdown tomorrow with the Goracle. Bobano gave us Lions team total over 32.5. And Alouettes plus 8.5. Slatsy gave us the Argos team total over 30.5, minus 107. Then in college football, Bobano gave us the over 54.5 in South Alabama. Auburn. AM is on South Alabama, and I'm very interested diving deeper into that one and joining AM. Over 61 in Oregon State, Texas Tech for Bobano. We got official plays from Matty Ice. Matty Ice, of course, star of the Taint play of the day. It's Iowa State, Arkansas State under 55.5, Buffalo minus 21.5, Houston, Colorado over 43.5, Arkansas, Ole Miss over 61.5, Georgia minus 3.5. I might move on this minus 3 here in a second. And South Florida plus 17 and the under 56.5 from Taint. Sweet Taint. Bobano on Purdue plus 21 and the over 58.5. He's also on the over 54.5 in Iowa State, Arkansas State. He's on ODU plus 7.5. He's on the over 58.5 in Jacksonville State, Georgia Southern, and he's on Georgia Southern minus 3 after that tough beginning to their season out west. Southern Miss Golden Eagles for Bobano plus 3.5. He's on the over 45.5 in Eastern Michigan, Kentucky, and Eastern Michigan plus 24.5. He's on Georgia minus 3.5. Vandy plus 5 and A&M plus 7 and the over 49. Then for action that is yet to be played, we have an under 8.5 at minus 115. How did I not write down whose action this is? Well, it's got to be who's Marlins minus 112. What the hell have I done? God, I'm going to have to rewatch it.
Whose play was that?
I don't know.
That was mine, probably.
Oh, Jose, you're on the under 8.5 minus 115?
No, I'm on Marlins minus 112.
Oh, so then this is likely Spooner's. So I'll find it out. He tweets his stuff out so I can always double check.
You were very concerned there.
Yeah, I hate that feeling. Spooner on the Yankees minus 1 at minus 108 here. Spooner, I can just Spooner's on the other 8.5. Cool, Spooner. I can just check it on your X. Man, don't worry. You're very busy and you came on from work as well. So thank you so much for that. I did have some interest in the over in New York, Philadelphia, but 26 runs last 2 games. That's just not my wheelhouse. So I'm going to leave that shit alone. And also the sharp move towards Peterson says Luzardo is vulnerable or Peterson pitches well. Look, I don't want to fuck around, man. Angels plus 150 for Morgan Spooner. We stayed off of Rockies, Padres, although I had interest in the under. But the zigzag is tricky because if you go with the zigzag, maybe McCade Brown pitches well and Vasquez gets touched. Fuck it. Cabs on the over 48 in Vanderbilt, South Carolina. I think I'm going to move on South Carolina right now, and we just went over WNBA. Also, Kong's Clips birthday gift play of the day. God, I really screwed up giving him a fucking loser. Birthday pick play of the day from our guy Kong to all of us is Tucker Kraft anytime touchdown plus 230. Jose Bouquet, my friend, please go over your action.
I am on the White Sox, which is going well. I am on the Marlins -112, and I am on the over 8.5 -107 in Toronto, Houston. So let's sweat out that one. But yes, Marlins is my last play, not going right now.
Go get that cash, my friend. Go get it, Jose. We believe in you. I will see you tonight for the live stream. Thank you all. Lex Steele, AOD, the Wager Detective, Big Zo, Justin McCelvy, Guillermo Zertucci. I got to reach out to G. I haven't talked to Eli since he's been back. I want to reach out to Eli. I hope Esteban is doing great as well. What a sweet family you have. Spooner, thank you for joining us live. Bobano, thank you for joining us live. We have Daby Cab, we have Billy Brisbane, we have Justin McCelvy, and of course, the backbone here, Mr. Jose Bouquet. Jose, my friend, bless our action and take us home. And tomorrow is a massive day. Start capping it right now. Get ahead of the game, and we will get that cash together, my friend. Jose, take us home.
Yes, we do. We do have the live stream. Did I send you that live stream, Graf? Did I forget to do that? Oh, no, I sent it to you. Yeah, it's at 7:20 Eastern. I was like, what time is that thing start again? But yes, don't forget to join us on the Thursday night live stream as well. Shout out to Nasty Nate. I hope you and your boy are doing well, my guy Nate. And shout out to you. Be thinking about you. AM is right. Join the Discord.
I promise that. We're Jose and I are talking. We've got some things. I'll be on it before the game starts, and I'll be on during the game. But I promise you, we're going to put energy into that. Promise that.
Yes. So shout out to you guys all in the chat. G, Justin, thank you all. And let's LECHE. Hey, little spoken, baby.